Hey guys, welcome to what is going to be a I think it's like 4 hour long live stream. I don't know, I've just finished doing it. I'm recording this right after finishing and I'm going to be showing you the product first and then you can decide whether or not you want to be spending 4 hours on this. But let me just tell you before I get started that we do cover a lot of things. We even went and we created this carrot snapping, so good times. We do a bit of art, we do some more art here. It's pretty ugly art, of course, but it shows you how to implement different things. And I know this looks ugly, but it's your job to make it look better. I'll just show you how to create an atlas out of this, and we implement that in the game. Everything is really optimal. It runs pretty smoothly. We do a pooling mechanic on the veggies because we're making a copy of Fruit Ninja, but that's too dull. So we're making a Veggie Ninja instead. And let me just show you the product so we can actually get started. Over here is my webcam. I will now boot this thing. Let me just make my password really quickly. And it's pretty much built on my phone right now. Here it is, that's Veggie Ninja, and it has a really bad focus. So I'll show you on the phone really quickly, then we can move on to showing you on the PC. So it has sound. I don't know if you can hear it. There's like a loop music going on. And then when I press on play, we slice these things. Oh, I missed one. I suck. Okay, it's pretty much awful on my webcam. I'm looking at my webcam as I play, so we're just gonna shut this down and show you how this works in the game on the PC. It looks good on my hands, and I could be playing this in the bus, right? But on the webcam, it's a little bit blurry. I'm gonna have to find a way to actually display this properly next time. So here it is. Hopefully the sounds is not too loud and you can actually hear me well. So that's our Veggie Ninja. It's a simple menu scene. We didn't want to spend too much time in this because we wanted to make some art, and the art would have been, you know, it's more part of the gameplay, not really the menu. So Veggie Ninja, we imported a font from somewhere else. Click on play. We're inside of gameplay. We slice, and we just go like this. Oh, I missed this one. Kind of sucked. There we go. Back to it. And we've got the lives mechanic, so if we just drop one carrot, it's not being sliced, it removes a life up there. I have a best score being saved in the player pref, so the best score I've did is 167. And let's just die really quick. This is what we get when we die. So the defeat screen, it stops doing stuff in the background. We get a retry button or the menu. Let's retry, slice some stuff. We also got a pause button just for pause purpose. As you can tell, it pauses the carrots as well. And go back to the menu. You know, a simple game flow we always implement, and that is pretty much it. So a lot of the time went into just doing like a really small polishing thing that doesn't really matter usually, but it gives us a really nice feel. And yeah, so guys, oh, also just check out this trail. It's really easy to do apparently, but whenever I move my cursor around the screen, it gives us this trail. Just like in the real Fruit Ninja. Anyway guys, that is what we're going to be working on if you tag along this long tutorial. It's a really fun journey, and we do a lot of weird jokes because that's just how I get when it's live. Anyway, without further ado guys, let's get started. Hey, what is up guys? Welcome to what is going to be a live stream on making a game that is pretty much just like Fruit Ninja. So, I am going to go ahead and just get started right away. We won't lose any more time, and we're going to jump right into it. So I'll just go ahead and create, say, a game folder on my desktop that I'll just call it Fruit Ninja. Like this. Now the folder doesn't exist, that's fine. So I'm just going to take my desktop and create a new Fruit Ninja project, and we're gonna get right into it. So basically this game, I didn't play it because it had a certain cost and I just didn't feel like, I guess, spending like $3 on that. But I did watch some gameplay on YouTube, so I did watch some gameplay videos, and the game is fairly simple. So basically you got some fruits that you don't see that starts at the bottom of the screen, and they just rise in the screen, and you gotta quickly slice them using a touching mechanic. So using a touch screen, you just drag your finger along that fruit, and they're being sliced. So you have a score. If you miss one, then you get 1 out of 3 misses. I guess if you get those 3 misses, you lose. There's also some bombs that come in out sometimes, and if you slice those, you also lose. So we're gonna be recreating all of that today, as quick as possible. Actually, the gameplay is fairly simple, so I think we're gonna be focusing more on polishing the game more than just developing the mechanics. But that's also a good thing because we haven't really focused on that on this channel yet, like the whole art part and like just focusing on polishing a game. So I went ahead and I created a new project. I changed the skybox for a well, a null skybox because I don't like the default one and I just want to go with that. And let's go ahead and just create some folders. I'm going to start by creating an artwork folder. I'm also going to create a script folder, a scene folder, and finally a prefab folder. We're probably going to be ending, we'll probably end up creating more, but that's the 4-1 I always like to start with. So let me just hit Control S on that to save. We're going to save this scene. This is going to be the game scene. So the first thing we'll tackle is going to be the game scene. Alright, let's take a quick, I'm just going to think really quickly what would be a great place to start. And I would actually like to get things moving as fast as possible. That's what I like to do the most at the beginning of a game. It's just give me some kind of movement in the scene. Just so it feels a little bit more alive and it's more entertaining to work, I guess. We're going to start with the fruits. So, those fruits are going to have their own definition. And basically all I want them to do is be affected by gravity, have a vertical velocity, and all that kind of good stuff. So they're basically just moving on their own. Alright, so should we actually name this fruit? Or would that be too similar to the Fruit Ninja? You know what? Let's actually create some veggies instead. So here I am on the Wikipedia, and we have a list of vegetables here that we might want to use a little bit later on. Now, I don't know how many there is in the Fruit Ninja game. There might be like 10 of those, but since we want to be doing the drawing part, and we want to be done today, then I think we're only going to pick like 3 or maybe 5 of those veggies. So say we're going to pick the carrot, because that's easy to draw. Why not? The turnip would be great. And maybe some tomatoes. I don't know. We'll find out. Pumpkins. Pumpkins are cool. They're all pretty cool. So in the end, we don't really care. I'm just going to leave this tab existing so we can refer back to it later on. So let's actually go ahead and create a definition for a vegetable. So new C# script, vegetable, and this is going to be applied to every single of our veggies we see on the screen. Alright, let's go ahead and start defining what a vegetable is. Let's say that a veggie is, since there's going to be multiple of those and I don't want this to be too expensive on the CPU, I'll actually create a polling mechanism around that. We've done that in many games, but let's do it here as well. So I'll start by declaring a public bool property that is called isActive. And I'll just use this to define if the object is not active, we can reuse it without having to instantiate a new veggie, basically. But you'll figure that out in a moment. Let's go ahead and keep declaring stuff. We're going to do vertical velocity because it is affected by some kind of gravity. Then private float speed, and that is going to be my horizontal speed. So if it's positive, say 1, then we're going to be pushed towards the right, and if it's negative, -1, it is going to be pushed towards the left side of the screen while it's flying. Alright, gonna declare a public void launch veggie. Should I say vegetable or veggie? Let's just type in the whole thing. So launch vegetable, float vertical velocity, float x speed, and then float x start. So with this function basically that is something I'm going to be calling from outside, so most likely some kind of game manager. And whenever I'm ready to use the vegetable itself, I'm just going to call the launch veggie function. And it is going to turn the isActive on, so isActive is equal to true. The speed is going to be equal to x speed. The vertical velocity is going to be equal to the one we get in parameters, so vertical velocity is equal to vertical velocity. If that's too confusing for you, you can type in this in front of it, just to make sure it's the right one, but the compiler is smart enough to know which one we're talking about. Right, next thing, transform the position is equal to a new vector 3, and let's actually put that at the x start, then 0 and 0. So this is what we get for now. Do we need anything else? Of course we do. We do need some kind of update so our Veggie actually moves in the screen. So private void update. And let's just say that if this is not active, so if is active is equal to false, we do a return statement. Now, if the update actually runs, we're going to say vertical velocity is minus equal to gravity, which is in this case, so we're going to put that on maybe 2 times time, the delta time. And you know what? We don't want to be having any of those numbers. So instead of saying 2, we'll say gravity in caps, and that is going to be a private cons. So if we have to modify it, it's at the very top here. So private cons gravity is equal to 2.0 f. Alright. And of course, this is going to be applied for every single fruit, so the same gravity goes for everybody. Which only makes sense if we talk about physics and such. Transformed position is going to be plus equal to a new vector 3, and we're going to send in the speed we're actually going at. We're going to send in the vertical velocity and then 0 and z, because we're not moving on that axis. That axis is just, it's out of the question. We're not moving on that one. Now, if transform.position dot y is smaller than -1, oops, I can't type today. Oh, my keyboard's being a little messed up. That's fine. If the position of that Veggie in y is smaller than -1, that means we don't see it anymore. Because if you notice around here, whenever we start, the y is at 0, and I'm assuming that at 0, well, I'm not assuming, I'm gonna make it so when the fruit is at, not fruit, the vegetable is at 0, we don't see it yet. The moment we see it, it's because the vertical velocity will have pushed it further up. Now, at one point, the vertical velocity is going to be in negative because it's always being deduced by gravity every single frame. So, you know, you go like, you start, you have a vertical velocity of say 4, then it goes to 3, 2, 1, 0, and then it starts falling. So -1, -2, -3. Eventually, our Veggie is going to be somewhere below -1 in position.y. At that time, we know that we're not going to be able to see it anymore, so I'll just say is active is equal to false. And now by doing this, we're not running the update anymore, we're not worrying about running this code, and we're also ready to reuse this object. Now this mechanic is not done yet, but whenever we do get our pooling mechanic, I'll just ask, is there any Veggie right now in my list of all the Veggies I've made that is currently not active? If that's the case, just return me that, and I'll use this one instead. And I think that's going to be pretty much it for this one right now. Of course, there's going to be more function later on, such as the slicing function. Something needs to happen when we slice this Veggie, of course. And you know what, let's actually define it right now. What exactly is supposed to happen when we slice? So public void slice. Let's do the few things we know we could do. Right now I'm only thinking about movement. All I have in my head is like movement, so let's go ahead and do that. So if vertical velocity is smaller than say 0.5, let's give it a small kick upward. So say your vegetables is falling and you slice it, we want to give it a small bump. So we want it to go a little bit, you know, we want it to have a positive vertical velocity, so it goes up for like 2 or 3 frames. And that's exactly what I do here. So I just give it a small thing, so it goes, and it's just, you know, I get that little effect that it's being pushed upwards. And let's also do the exact same thing for the speed. So speed is going to be equal to speed divided by 2. Something like that. You know what, let's say 0.5 f because we're fancy. And do we have any way to test this out? We don't have a way to test this out. Actually, we could create a start and do a launch Veggie. Let's temporarily do that. Private void start. And launch vegetable with, say, the vertical velocity of 2, the speed of 1, and the x start of -1. I'm just typing in some values, nothing too serious in here. And here we go. So we have our Veggie script that we're ready to test out. How exactly shall we test this out? We are going to create a empty game object. This is going to be a vegetable, so vegetable. Make sure you type in correctly because we're going to be saving this as a prefab. Right, we're going to add the vegetable script to it, the thing we just made. We're also going to add a sprite renderer. And now let's just find anything really at this point. We don't have any visual in our game yet, so hey, I'll just use this one. Now, of course, this is a little bit too small and might not give us exactly what we want, so should we make it bigger right now? I don't think we need to. Let's just press start, see if we get the actual mechanic we want. And we do. So it starts at 0 in Y, and it just goes up and it starts falling. Now, of course, the whole scaling thing is not is not done yet, but that's fine. We'll do it eventually. Alright, so that veggie that we've got here, we're going to drag and drop it inside of the prefab folder. This way we can easily reinstantiate one whenever we need it. We're now going to move ahead and, sorry, we're going to go ahead and create a game manager. So we have this spawning mechanic that is pretty much automatic. Right, so game manager, should we actually spawn this right now? I'm just going to clean it up and put it somewhere in my scene. So create new empty game object. This is going to be managers with an S because I'm probably going to have more, so I'm just gonna be putting everything in here. Alright. Let me drag and drop this game manager script right on top of my manager. Again, let's open it up, and what do we need to do in here? First, we said we want to have some kind of pooling mechanic, so I'll be using a list using system.collection.generic. We're going to start by creating our list, so private list, a list of vegetable. I'll just call veggies, good times, like this. So I'm instantiating my list right away, and we're also going to need a prefab for that pooling mechanic. So public game object vegetable prefab, like so. And I create a private vegetable get vegetable. This is going to be my function that returns me the pool. Well, that's going to either return me something that already exists and is inactive, or that creates a new one and just puts it in the list. We've done that many times, so if I just remember properly, we start by declaring a vegetable, so I'll just call that v, is equal to veggies.find, and I'm looking for a veggie that is not active right now, so I do it this way, using a predicate. So what's going to happen, it's going to look through the whole list of veggies to find one of them. Well, actually, to find the first one that matches this condition. X being the veggie it's actually looking at right now. So it's iterating through everything. And it's every time it actually finds a veggie, so say if there are 3 of them in the list, it's going to do this every time. And X is going to be replaced by that veggie. So is that veggie not active right now? If that's the case, it is going to return it into the this v field, and it's going to stop running. Now, if it doesn't find any of those veggie that is not active right now, so if v is equal to null, that pretty much means that, well, we haven't been able to find one because they're all being used right now. So we're going to create a new one. V is equal to instantiate vegetable prefab, and we're going to get the component vegetable on it, because on our prefab there is the vegetable script, of course. When we're done with that, we're going to do veggies.add v, and finally return v at the end of our whole function. And that's pretty much it for our pooling mechanic. We already completed it, wasn't too bad, and it's going to save a lot of memory in the end. Alright, so what else do we need in here? We need to create some kind of spawning mechanic. So let's automatically spawn a veggie every, say, 2 seconds for now. We might want to be changing this later on, but just for now, so we have something to test, we're going to do private float last spawn and private float delta spawn. This one is going to be equal to 2, and in our update now, so private void update, we're going to go ahead and just say if time.time minus last spawn is bigger than delta spawn, that means it's pretty much time for us to spawn a new veggie. So first off, we do last spawn is equal to time.time, so we don't forget about it. And let's get a veggie first. So vegetable, we're gonna create one. Vegetable v is equal to get veggie, and now we gotta be calling the launch vegetable on it, but I don't know which kind of parameter we should give it. If you remember, the launch vegetable has 3 parameters takes in. It takes in a vertical velocity, a x speed, and then a x start. I'm just going to go ahead and just create a random x. So float random x is equal to random.range, and I'll say minus 1.5 and 1.5f. And what I'll do to make sure that every time I spawn something, every time I spawn a vegetable, say I spawn it on the left side of the screen, then if I spawn it on the left side, I want it to be flying towards the right side, and vice versa. So if I spawn it directly in the middle, it's pretty much just going to go up straight, and if I spawn it on the right side, it's going to go towards the left side. So I'm going to use a single random x value, and I'll just use the positive on one side and use the negative on the other side. So it's pretty much going to look like that. v.launch vegetable, which takes in all our parameters, and I don't know why I'm not getting IntelliSense on that. That's a little bit annoying. But vertical velocity, x speed, and x start. Vertical velocity, let's put that on random.range. I don't know, 1.5 to 3. Is that too much? Oh, 3.0f, like that. And that's going to be our first parameter. And now for the two others, for the x speed and the x start, I'll just say random x and minus random x. Could reverse those, doesn't really matter. Let's actually give this a try. Why not? So game manager is on here. We're gonna need our vegetable prefab. We drag and drop it inside of here. Then I'm just going to hit play. Here's one veggie. After 2 seconds, there's another one, and it's being reused, as you can tell. That's the whole pooling mechanic being worked on. And it's actually it looks great. Of course, there's this whole scaling thing we need to fix. Let's try to address it right now. So we're gonna first start by swapping our camera to have something more orthographic. So right now we're on perspective. We're gonna move that on the orthographic. And we can actually get this square. Now, as far as the scaling goes, it's going to be fixed in a moment. Say we put the size on the 1. Makes a little bit more sense. Our vertical velocity can go a little bit too high, and the minimum is a little bit too low. So, I think the X are fine. And this is too high. Okay. Let's work a little bit on tweaking our numbers. So the X looked just fine. Maybe a little bit further. So maybe 65 here on both axes. And this has to be a little bit higher. So I'll just say 85. And 3 is too high. So I'll just be putting 2.75. Why not? Let's just give this another try, and hopefully no veggies goes outside of the screen. Oh, I forgot to change the size of the main camera. So main camera size is equal to 1. Alright, now we can try this out again. And this was fine. This was also fine. Good. Yep. You know what? Let's actually make the delta spawn faster, because we're super good at video games. and we can actually handle more. Okay, the random is a bit annoying. They always spawn on the left side now, but I mean it's random values, so I can't really help it right now. We can start dictating the random a little bit more, but I'd like to get done with the whole gameplay first. Alright, so we've done these. When it comes down to scaling these, because they're quite small, what I think we're going to be doing is actually scaling the vegetable itself. So this thing here, so I put it on 222. Then it does get bigger, and we can use that instead. Alright, and let's keep going. What is the next thing we could do? We could do the trail, because the trail is really easy to do. I actually tried it out doing a trail before this video, and I didn't think it was that simple. However, Unity gives us something really nice in order to do the whole trailing when you drag your finger along the screen. And how exactly did I do it? I did it by creating a new game object, create empty, that I called trail, and it's gonna be really easy. All you have to do really is find your trail renderer component, and that's it. You have a trail renderer component. All you have to do now is drag this object on the screen, and it gives this kind of result. Now, of course, it needs tweaking. It needs a lot of tweaking, but it's really that simple. What we're gonna do on this object is we're gonna start by changing the material of it. Well, first, let's move it back to the origin, and we're gonna change the material to the default particle material. That's going to do the job for now. Later on, we might want to have our own custom thing, but this is perfect. Now, what else do we need to do? What I did earlier is I've put the time on 0.25 seconds, so it only stays on the screen for 0.25 seconds. Right now in the inspector, in the editor actually, it's bugged, but don't worry about that. It doesn't look like that in the game. It actually looks like this. Now, of course, the sizing is bad, and we're going to be fixing that right now. The start width, I'm going to be putting that on 0, and the end width, I'm going to be putting that on 0.1. So, really small values, but now if you take a look, it actually looks like this. So it's really sharp and slim, and it's cool looking, I think. And here it is. Okay. Now, how exactly do we make this follow our finger? Because I'm moving this object, if you see on the left side here, I'm moving this object in the world space. And all the data we can get from a touch is really just the position in the screen space. And the screen space doesn't always translate to world space. So there is a function inside of the camera class that is going to help us do that. Let's actually have a look. I'm going to go inside of my game manager again, and I'll just put it as part of that because it's just a little chunk of code. No big deal. I'm going to create a public transform. If I can type transform, that I'll call just trail. And I will move it in the update whenever I'm actually holding my click. So whenever I'm holding my click, I will do... Well, first, let's actually check if I'm holding my click. If input.get mouse button, and I'm holding the mouse button at the index 0, which is the left click on the computer or any touch on a device, or I mean the first touch on a device. If that's the case, then we do camera.main screen point to ray is the one to get it raycast. Screen to viewport point. I don't know what this one does, but what we want in our case is to transfer screen coordinates. This is what we get from the input.mouse position to a world point. This is what we see in our world, basically. So this is the one we're interested in. Now, I'm still having issues with my IntelliSense. I don't know why. But what exactly does this take in parameter? I'm just going to reset that so it doesn't happen. Hold on. Alright, let's go back to this. There we go. So screen to world point, it takes in a position. So a simple vector 3 position, and that is our screen space position that we get by typing in input mouse position like this. Now this is going to return us a vector3, and if I am correct, it is not going to work. Let's just put that in the debug.log so we can actually look at it in our console. If I hold my left click now, and you have a look at the very bottom of my screen, as I am moving through this, you can tell that the position in X changes and the position in Y changes. However, the position in Z is -10. -10 is not going to work because if you have a look at these, they're all 0 in the Z-axis. The -10s actually comes with the camera. So if I just say, oh, my trail is going to assume this position in X and Y, everything is going to be fine. But if it assumes the same position in Z, sorry, I can't speak. If it assumes the same position in Z, I'm basically going to be just on top of my camera and I'm not going to be able to see the trail. So what we're going to do is just tell it, go ahead and just assume the position in X, Y, but as for the Z-axis, just put that on 0 and just be chilling with the other sprites here. Or maybe just put it in front. That's also going to work. So, going to leave that on a simple line. We're going to do vector3. Whoops, I meant to do it on the same line actually. We're going to declare a vector3. Vector3 position is equal to camera.main screen point to array, so our function. And then we're going to say position dot z is equal to, we can put it on 1. Is it 1 or -1? Let me just check. So we want to be in front of our object. So over here, that's one veggie. You want to be on front. So, okay, we're going to be putting it on -1 basically, because we want to move it a little bit towards the camera, and the camera is on a -z. So position.z is equal to -1, and then we can say trail.position is equal to pos. And it should actually do the work just fine. Let's try this out. Oh, when do we get this error? It basically says that the manager's trail, the game manager doesn't have a trail, and that's true. Let's take our trail, put it in here. Good times. And here we go. Whenever I'm holding my left click and I'm moving my mouse, it creates a trail, and we can start doing those slicing stuff. And it looks really cool actually. Might want to bump up the size of this. And oh, what was a little glitch? Kind of annoying. Let's see if we need to bump up the size to say the end width is going to be 0.2, so I'm doubling the size. Might look good or it might look bad, I'm not sure. Depends on what you guys think. Anyway, let's move on to the next thing. Alright, so next thing we tackle is going to be the whole slicing thing. So, you know, we've got this going on now. We're gonna try and slice these fruits. Veggies, I'm never gonna get this right. So we're gonna try and slice these veggies as we play. So, I think we're gonna be using some kind of raycast. We're gonna be using a overlap box maybe, or I don't know, maybe 2D raycasting. But whatever we do, we're gonna do it in the game manager. And I had an idea for this, because I don't want this to be a simple tapping thing, because if you just tap on the veggie, then it's boring. You have to be at least tapping and holding your tap for at least 2 frames, and even on top of that, I like to add some kind of little velocity check. So in between, if you just go really slowly, dragging your finger along the screen on the veggie, I don't think it should slice it. I think it should have some kind of threshold. So what is it that we are going to do? I am going to declare a private collider array that I'll use to check which collider you've hit last frame, and that's pretty much it actually. So veggies calls, doesn't really matter, the name is just, it's not important. And in the update, how am I going to do this? In the update, if I'm holding my mouse button down, Is this going to work? Hold on. Okay, so just say that I'm holding my mouse button down. I am going to check all the veggies I currently have in my veggie calls. Actually, let's start by finding it. So we have the position where we're clicking. Do we have that? Let's do a physics dot raycast all. Okay, so that's going to be it. We're going to be using a raycast all. However, is there a 2D one we can use? There is a 2D one, I just don't know how to type it in. Oh, it's in the physics 2D namespace, I think. Yeah, physics 2D raycast all. And we're going to raycast from the origin, which is our camera actually. So can we just say camera position, or is that going to work? No, because camera position is actually a 3D thing. So how shall we go about doing this? This returns array. Does the raycast all takes an array as a parameter? Does that work? Okay, it doesn't really require some vector too. So what we'll be doing is we'll just take the camera position and just make our own vector out of that. So vector3 campos is equal to camera.main.position or transform.position, and we'll say we're gonna raycast from the origin. So new vector2 campos.x campos.y. We've made our first vector 2. Now the direction is forward. Simply say camera.main.forward. Do we have forward? No, we don't. Transform.forward. Or wait, that's not what I'm looking for actually. If I just shoot, if I always shoot there, that's not going to work. Okay, hold on. I need a little bit of time to think about this. I want to be shooting in a screen to world point. Alright, let's change this around a little bit. So we're going to be using that vector 3 here, the trail vector 3. So we are going to do... We're not going to be using the camera campos. Do we use this or we don't? Let's not use it. Let's actually try to save a little bit of memory. We're going to be using pos, so we're going to cast from pos.x, pos.y. This is a new vector 2. Sorry, I'm just being a little bit messy in the thing I do, but it's going to end up working. And all of this line, I want to be putting this line before I do position.z is equal to -1. So it's even a little bit more messy now. This way we actually start from the camera. This ray actually is being shot from the camera. Or is it? It's not being shot from the camera. Alright, let's just assume this is... Let's test out something. I don't want to stay here for like 12 minutes, so... How exactly should we go about testing this? Direction is going to be, of course, forward. I mean, it doesn't even have to go in any direction, really. I think I'm tackling this wrong. I'm actually tackling this into, like, I'm using a 3D approach to something that should not be 3D, so maybe a raycast is not what I want to do. Overlap area, could that work? Overlap point, oh, that might be what I'm looking for actually. But even in that case, I'm getting a collider 2D as a return. Okay, that's going to work too, actually. Let's try with a overlap point. I think that's what we're actually looking for. So overlap point, and I'm going to get all the colliders inside of that. The point is going to be bus, so simple as that. And in fact, since we're only using bus in the 2D matter now, we don't have to put it with that. So again, sorry for all the things I've took you through. New vector 2, position X, position Y. And do we need anything else? We could send a layer mask. Let's actually send a layer mask. So second parameter is going to be layer mask dot get mask. We're getting the mask called vegetable. Good times. And let's quickly make that layer in like a second. We're gonna go up here under layer, add a new layer, vegetable. And back on our prefab, make sure that vegetable has the correct layer. So here it is. Now, if we go back in our code, overlap point all returns us a collider 2D array. So this is what we're going to be using. And let's actually change that for collider 2D. And Veggie calls is going to equal this. Alright, sorry about this whole thing. I never really do 2D games. I've just started recently. It's fun. It's just that I'm way too used to thinking in 3D space. Okay, so this is what we do. Every time our finger is being dragged around like on the screen, we're gonna check wherever our finger is. Do we hit any colliders in there? Do we hit any colliders that are vegetables, basically? And we're going to consider that the bombs are also veggies, I think. So if we do hit these, we're going to store all of them inside of a array. So just to test this out right now, all I'll do is I'll say for each collider 2D C2 in Veggie calls, we'll just debug the name right now. So debug.log, and we're going to say c2.name, so we know at least what are we hitting right now. And let's hit play. So I'm dragging my finger, nothing happens. Now if I drag it here, and we don't get anything actually. So our overlap doesn't work. We gotta be finding a way to make it work. Now what exactly could be the problem? I'm getting all the overlap point all for all the layer mask, for all the object that, oh, okay. I think that's my problem actually. Overlap point all, it doesn't have any description, but oh, here it is. Get a list of all colliders that overlap a point in space. I don't think we do have a collider on our veggies. And we don't, so let's just go ahead and do that. Let's put a box collider 2D because, hey, we're a 2D game, why not? And let's actually have a look at how this appears in the game. Okay, here it is. It's quite big, and if we need to modify it a little bit later on, all we have to do is play with the size. Now, I'm good with this for now. It's perfect for testing. We can hit apply to save this, and let's actually try this again now. There we go, we slice a veggie, we slice another veggie, and we get the information down here. Now, where I was trying to get at while what I was trying to get at while I wanted to do this is we want to know which veggies we hit last frame, and if it's still the same, basically. And if we hit the same veggie during 2 frames, then we can actually go ahead and just slice this because it's not a single tap. And we also want to be checking for velocity over the last frame. The way we're going to be doing this is, and I'm quickly just thinking, we are going to say, we're going to change this over here. The veggie calls, we're going to change this for collider 2D array. This frames Veggie, or anything that you might understand. It's a collider array to a it's a collider 2D array, and we're basically going to change everything we had there. We're not going to be using the one up here just yet because we want to be keeping 2 of those arrays, and you'll see why in a moment. So for every single collider we've hit during this very frame, we're going to check if they're in the last frame as well. So how do we go about doing this? We are going to do if should we do if C2 is equal, no, that's not going to work. Let's do Veggie calls dot find. That's not a list, it's actually an array. So how do we know which one it is? Let's actually do a whole iteration. So for int I is equal to 0, as long as I is smaller than Veggie calls dot length, we're gonna do I++. Now we're iterating through the array that we keep in memory in between frames, not the one that is for this frame only. So if C2 is equal, C2 being a collider, so if C2 is equal to Veggie calls at the index I, that means there is a match in between the frame, the last frame, and this frame. So just say match. Yay. Good times. Let's try this out really quickly. Oh wait, we can't. This is actually not going to work because we never actually set the Veggie calls. So whenever we're done with this for each statement, we're gonna go ahead and just set Veggie calls to this frame veggies, like this. So it is actually being set every single frame at the very end though, so we can do our check before and then we just replace it with this frame veggies. Okay, in my head it makes sense, and if it works it's gonna keep making sense. Okay, so it seems to work. If I'm just simply going to tap on this, I'm getting an error actually. That's quite bad. What is the error I'm getting? Oh, Veggie calls.length is not being set. And I have the feeling that's because I didn't click anywhere else prior to that. And I'm holding my click for too long, so it does slice. Okay, so it works. All I need to do is put something in my start, so my Veggie call is actually being declared. And let me quickly do that. Private void start Veggie calls is equal to a new collider array of size, pretty much size 0. I don't really care, so it's just size 0. That's going to do. Okay, so that was our first problem. That's what gave us a no reference exception. Now our second problem is we're gonna make this work. I mean, it's going to be sliced even if I just tap on it. As you can tell, we get the match. Now what I'd like to do is actually keep track of my speed, my slicing speed. And if it's above, say, this speed, then I can actually slice. If it's just like a little tapping mechanic, then I don't want to be slicing. And how do we go about this? We could be using the mouse delta, and I think that's going to be working just fine actually. So how do we go about doing this? Again, I am being confused. This whole for each statement, I don't need to run it if I'm not going as fast. If my slicing is not fast enough, I don't need to run this for each statement, so I'll just put that here. If input dot mouse delta, do we have a mouse delta? I see mouse scroll delta. Is there an actual mouse position delta? Mouse position, can I use magnitude? No, that's not going to work. Let me do a quick Google search on that. So Unity mouse delta. We might have to actually do it manually, but it doesn't really matter. Yep, we might have to do this thing manually. Alright, good times, let's do it. So inside of our get mouse button, we're gonna be declaring, we're gonna keep track of the last position. So private vect3 last mouse position. And whenever we click anywhere at the very beginning, we're gonna say last mouse boss is equal to input that mouse position. Now what we're gonna do is actually use the current one. So if input that mouse position, mouse position minus last mouse position is bigger, so the magnitude in between these is bigger. Should we say magnitude? Let's do square magnitude. So if the square magnitude is bigger than, say, let's put that on 5 for now, just testing stuff. Or maybe even 9. So if it's bigger than 3, because 3 square is 9. I'm probably saying it in the wrong order, I just don't know English. Sorry about this. Anyway, let's keep doing our debug.log, c2.name or something like that. Okay, so if my speed is faster, then we do the for each, and if we hit the same collider, it should work. If I just tap on it, we don't get any kind of working thing. So I'm just tapping on it right now, and as you can hear, that's my mouse, and it doesn't work. Now if I go a little bit faster, it doesn't work either. Why? Is it because my speed is too high? Alright, I'll quickly check the mouse delta in a debug.log statement. So up here, debug.log input.mouse position. I'm just looking at the actual position, see if we get see if we can get a good delta out of it. So it goes in screen pixels. Now what about my delta? Okay, doesn't seem to work. Oh, okay, I'm kind of stupid. My bad. The last mouse position has to be done at the very end, not at the very beginning. That was plain stupid. I'm also going to fix this. There we go. Now back to my debug.log. I get 2. Now that's not fast enough, and that's okay. And this would be, yeah, 9 would be actually great. I'm actually looking at the square magnitude. Let me just check that again. So I'm going to say square magnitude. It's going to go higher quite fast, so yeah. Let's find a good slicing speed. A good slicing speed would be, say, like this. That would be the minimum. And my minimum would be at around 500 or maybe 400. I'm just going to put that on 400. I don't really care. Alright. If we need to fix it later on, we're going to come back. So, this is going to be the slice force required or required slice force. This is going to be a private cons at the very top of my script. Private cons float required slice force is 400. Alright, we can remove our debug.log, we've done that. And let's go and try to slice stuff now. So a little slice like that didn't work, as you can tell. But now if I go faster, it works. Nice, good times. Super custom mechanic of slicing veggies that are actually square. Okay, say we do manage to slice something, we're gonna fetch the vegetable component on top of that collider. So we're gonna do c2.getComponent, we're getting the vegetable component, and we're calling the slice function. As simple as that, so we should see the actual visual feedback right away. Let's slice this. See, there's a little bump there. And we slice the same veggie twice, which is bad. But we're going to fix that in a moment. I'm actually having a good time right now. It's great. Anyway, can we spam this? Yes, we can. Let's go back in our Veggie script. And if it's already being sliced before, like if it already has been sliced, let's make it unsliceable, I guess. And how do we go about doing this? We could create a simple bool. Why not? Private bool is slice is equal to false. In the start, actually we don't want to have a start. Whoa, what is this doing here? Yeah, let's remove that. That's bad. Sorry. In our launch veggie, is slice is equal to false because we're resetting our veggie basically. And whenever we do slice, is slice is equal to true. Now, at the beginning of slice, if is slice is equal to true, then we just do a return. So we can't run it twice, basically. Just give it a small try again. And this is slice, and I can't slice it again. It's gone. It's pretty much done for. Alright, good times. Now, I know I played with the values a little bit earlier, but we should be doing something that we haven't done just yet. That I should have said that at the beginning of the video, but we're making this for a phone basically, or iPad, or any kind of device that is a portable device. We're not making this for a computer. Well, I guess you could be making this for a computer, but it's a bit boring, right? So I'll go under File, Build Settings, Player Settings. Oh, never mind, not Player Settings, just the build settings in general, and you're going to choose the Android, then switch platform. This way it is going to modify our game scene, and we can actually use an actual resolution for this. So say the WVGA landscape or anything like that, really. And let's look at our values, see if they still make sense. So we start over here at the first veggie, and that's fine. This didn't go too high. This is correct. Everything seems to be indolable right now. Oh, this one went a little bit fast, but I don't think it would have went off the screen. Or I mean, that's fine. Okay, so we still get working stuff. I'm okay with everything that's going on right now. All right, maybe just spamming over that point might be a little bit bad. I'm not sure. Let's actually bring up the stats. I don't see any peak when I'm spamming these overlap points. And the stats are pretty fair, so I think that's fine actually. Okay, let's move on. Next thing we need to do, I guess we don't really need to do like stuff, but next thing we could work on is we could be putting a score in there. We could be putting some kind of game flow, I guess. Yeah, okay, back in the game manager, we're gonna keep track of that score. And also the amount of lives we have. So before this get a little bit too messy, I'll just reorder these around. So I'll put all the private fields together, all the public one together. So this trail goes down there, all of these, they go here. Just match these, good times. And we're gonna keep track of two things. We said we're gonna keep track of the score, so private void, not void, private int score and private int highest score, because that's what I saw on the preview video. Highest. How do I write highest? High score. There we go. I think. I don't know. I'm really not that good in English. I'm getting better as I speak to you guys, but still need to work on that. Private int score, private int high score, private int life points, because that makes more sense. No S with an S. Don't really care. Life points is say equal to 3, because we're starting at 3. Oh, you know what? Let's not set it. We're gonna set it in the start. Or should we set it in the start or in a new game function? Let's set it in a new game function. First, I'm actually try this out. Private void new game. And that's going to allow me to, if we just hit the reset buttons at the end to try again, we're going to be calling new game, so we won't have to reinstantiate the whole scene. Alright, so score is going to equal to 0 in there. High score, I don't really care. Life point is going to be equal to 3, because we're going to have 3 lives. And let's run the new game inside of our start, like this. Alright. Should we make some visual feedback right away? I think we should. So I'll go up here and just declare another namespace, not declare, but use another namespace, which is the Unity engine.ui up here. And yeah, with the UI, I will declare some text fields, so public. And should I be putting them with the public fields up there? No, I'll just leave that in here. So that's the UI part of the game thingy. Public text, this is going to be a score text. Public text again, this is going to be the high score text. And then public image, should I say image? I actually want to keep some kind of containers for the life points. So public image array, and I am going to say public image array life points. Yeah, I think that's fair actually. Oh well. Back in our game, we're quickly gonna make this. So if I have a quick look at the Fruit Ninja gameplay screen, it looks something like that. So on the very top left, you can see that there's a huge watermelon, has a best score just beneath it. Up here is usually where I see the lives. Now I see a timer here. I don't know what's the difference in, well, I mean, I do understand the difference. I guess it's you just make as much point as you have to, but I'd rather do the whole life point thing, because it gives you some kind of penalty if you miss your fruits, or veggie in our case. And also there's to be note, there is something here down there, a pause button. Good times. We are going to do the watermelon things first. Right click here, UI, we're going to choose, should we do image first? Let's do panel. Yep, let's do panel. This is going to be the score panel, which should be hanging out at the very top left, right about there. So what I'll do is I'll make sure that this is anchored top left, or you know what, sorry about this. The first thing I'll do is I'll go under canvas and make this on scale with screen size. We're scaling with the screen size, and now you're just going to pick whichever resolution you're on at the moment. So in my case, I'm on 800 by 480. So I just say 800 by 480, and this is going to make me, well, this is going to make my life so much easier. Good times. Alright, back on our score panel, we anchor this top left by holding shift. I'm also moving the anchor and the pivot point. And I'll just make this say, is that too big or is that too small? 225 seems fair. And as far as the height goes, maybe 100 would be great. Now, I don't know how this is going to look on my device. It might be a little bit too small. I'm not using a iPad, I'm using an actual just phone. So I might actually want to make this a little bit bigger. So say 150 in height and 300 in width. Good times. If it's too big, we'll just scale it down later on. Alright, so we've got our score panel. Inside of that, I'll do a new UI image. That's going to be my watermelon thingy, but it's not going to be a watermelon. So what exactly could we use as a score? So up here, like a score image. We could be using carrots. Yeah, let's use carrots. Alright. This is going to be carrots image or something like that. It's going to be anchored on the very left side of our panel, our score panel. Let's just put everything on 0 for now. As far as the width goes, let's just do 75 by 75 or 100 by 100. Seems more fair, and we can give it a small margin as we always do, like this. And then next to that is going to be the score, and I just realized that I need to put the high score as well in this, so might want to reduce the size actually to 75. That is going to work a little bit better. The anchor point is going to be top left, not center left, and I'll just put, say, a margin of -10 like that, and maybe 20 in X. Cool. And if that's too complicated what I'm doing right now, I could actually use layout groups, and I think that I will just do that just to make sure that my scaling works fine. Alright, let me change that all over. So in my score panel is going to be split in two sections. We're gonna have the high score, which is down there, so that's the high score, and up here is going to be the current score, so CS, let's say. The current score is being split in two, image on the left and a score on the right side, so that's what I'll be doing. Right, score panel has another panel inside of it, and actually has two other panels inside of it. That's the current score, and has another one, so UI panel, that's the highest score. Inside of the current score there is two different things, so I'll just put an image in here. That's the carrots, and that's the score text. Now the high score only has a score text in it, or high score text if you prefer. Okay, let's actually place them now. All we're going to be doing is on our score panel we'll add a vertical layout group, so they're split like that, and then on our current score we'll add a horizontal layout group. So this makes a little bit more sense. Of course it's still really messy and ugly, and yeah, but we can start modifying these now. So what I will be doing with this is, what should I be doing? The high score first. Let's do the high score text. High score text is going to be centered, everything's going to be centered. The font size is a little bit big. Alignment, actually, I think I'll be putting that on the left side. And I'm feeling like this is not being extended to its full, but oh, maybe it's because it's in it's in the center, so I'll be putting this on the very left side. Anchor this on the left side. Position X, maybe 25, and I'll actually make sure everything scales. There we go, 25. That's going to be my best score, say 37, something like that. With a different font it might actually look great. And when it comes time to actually matching the visual of this game, of course what we'll be doing is we are going to, well, first change the font, but also remove the image panel, so these things, and it's going to look great in the end. Right now it looks awful, I know. Good. Score text, put that on best fit again, why not? I'm also going to make this scale on both axes, same as I did. I can't because I'm under a vertical layout group, or a horizontal one. So let's just do, how does it look in here? Oh, it's just a big number, right? So we just type in, say, 86. Make it scale, best fit. And the image is something that needs to be defined. So on the caret, I'll add a layout element to it. Put a minimum weight, minimum height and minimum width of, say, I'm not sure, say 75 by 75. Is that going to work? No, that's too big. Okay, just leave a minimum width on it, a minimum height, and what I'll do on my current score is I'll remove the force child expand, and it's going to look something like that. Now I can actually play with values, so maybe the minimum width and minimum height has to be a little bit bigger, so 100 by 100. Nope, that's awful. Alright, so how do we go about doing this? Where's my high score text now? Oh, it's being swatched. Because I think it's on best fit. No, it's not because of that. Probably because it doesn't have a layout element on it, so I'll just put one minimum height of, say, 50. It's still a big mess, to be honest. Alright, so I'll try to figure out something as quick as possible to make this work. Alright, so I just realized something. I don't actually need to have any vertical layout group and stuff like that because I'm actually scaling this with the screen size. So that's a little bit stupid on my end. I'm gonna go back on my score panel, remove the vertical layout group. And I've also removed the horizontal layout group from my horizontal score. Current score. So all the layout group thingy are gone, even the layout elements I don't need. And there we go, we're clean again. And let's actually place it the way we feel like it needs to be placed this time. So back on this caret thing, it is going to be, say, right here, and you're just going to place it by look, basically. Might want to give it some clean values though in the inspector, so maybe 45 minus 45, a width of 60 by 60. Yeah, is that going to work? That's might be a little bit too small. Or that might be just fine actually. Good times. And yeah, so that's pretty much it right now. That's what we do. So 10 minus 10, here we go. Now as far as the text goes, we are going to make it expand on both axes. However, when it comes down to scaling it, I'll just put the right side, not the right side, the left side, and pull it inward like that so it's not on top of my text. You see this line here on the left? I just want to pull it inward like this, and I can now align my text on its left side, and it's going to look something like that. And the whole current score panel could be a little bit smaller, so maybe 200 instead. I mean, not the current score, the whole score panel. So it looks something like this. We are going to remove the image on it. You can simply deactivate or completely delete it. I'll just deactivate in case we need to work on it later on. Now, as far as the current score, same thing, deactivate that. Yeah. And this one, 200 in weight again. Anchor on the left side, position X is on 0. Cool. So you just play around with your UI until it actually looks like something, and I think it's starting to look like something here, so good times. We're pretty much set at this point. And I'm just going to manually move this because I'm tired of playing with numbers. There we go. All caps because it's more official, I guess. And let's just remove the size. Alright, there we go. It took way too much time just to do this little thing up here. Good times. And I'm going to change the color for a white as for now. Might change it later on, of course, depending on which background we decide to have. But this is our life now. Right, so we have all these new UI pieces. Let's go under our manager. We need a score text, a high score text. So we have both of these. The score text is here, the high score is there. And should we do the life points? We are going to do the life points. So say we have 3 life points, we need 3 different image. Let's quickly make this. Under my canvas, I will create a new image. Should I do image? No, I'll do a panel again. Create a new panel, anchor it top right. The width is going to be, say, 200 again, and the height 75. Inside of that panel, this is the live points. There is going to be a total of 6 images, and you'll see why in a moment. So that is the, I'll just call this BG for background. And here is how it is going to look. This one, I'm going to add a horizontal layout group on it because there's only one layout group that goes in there, so it's not too bad. Let's change the picture for, say, knob, duplicate it 2 more times, and we can then play with the scale of this to make it look decent. So maybe 200 by 70, something like that. And these are all backgrounds image. Now on top of these background images, I will want to be putting our actual life points. But before we do this, let's take all of these BGs and change the color, change the color of all of them for something, I don't know, maybe greenish or reddish. But the important part of this is I am going to reduce the alpha down there so we can actually see through it a little bit, like this. And let's actually remove that image. No background. Now, what I want to do with the current, well, not with the current, but with the actual live point image is I want to be making this a children. So I right click on one of these, create a new image, make this scale on both axes, and I will put everything on 0 so it overlaps its parent. Put the same exact image in there, and we can put like the real color. So whenever our live point is activated, it's going to look like this. So a full red color. Or I'll just call this LP for live point. Now duplicate this 2 more times, put it as children for these 2. And they're going to need their value reset, so everything goes back on 0. Or actually, you know what? Stretch first, and then everything goes back on 0. Same thing here, so we stretch, then everything goes back on 0. And the way they do it in Fruit Ninja is, I think the first life is a little bit smaller, so we could be just saying that this scale is on, say, 0.75. Same thing on the next one, so the next one would be 0.95 or 90 actually. And it looks something like that. We can move the whole panel if we wish also, so could be here, could be there. Doesn't really matter actually. Nice. Talking about this, let's put it on a small margin like so. And we finally have our life points. Now what I'll do is I'll go here in my game manager, put life point, put the last life point actually in the first slot, and then the second in the second slot, and the first one in the last slot. We can now go ahead and start modifying this in our code. Alright, so let's quickly think about how we're going to be doing this. We're going to create a public function in our game manager. Public void lose LP, lose life point. And if we do lose a life point, we're going to say life point minus minus if life point is below 0, then we're going to call a def function or a lose function. That we're going to declare right here. So private void def. Let's make this public actually, because if we slice a bomb, we're supposed to die right away. so we can call it from the Veggie as well. So lose LP, we lose a life point. We're gonna toggle off one of our image. So how exactly do we go about doing this? Maybe life point, add the index life point dot enable. Should we do enable? Dot enable is equal to false. Let's try this out. And now Veggie, in our Veggie script, in our update, if transform.position.y is smaller than 1, we do is active is equal to false. That's fine. Let's wrap this up. But now, if is slice is equal to false, so this has not been sliced while it was actually active. We're gonna call the game manager. So how exactly should we call the game manager? We haven't put an instance in it. But basically we're gonna be calling the lose LP function. In order to call this, we need to be able to access the game manager. Now the game manager is not something static. However, we are going to create a static instance of it at the very top here. So I'll do a public static game manager instance set get, make this a property, and I will quickly create a private void awake. So private void awake written this way because this is a callback from Unity, and we'll say instance is equal to this. Having this done, we can now go back in our Veggie and say game manager dot instance dot lose LP. Good times. And this is running an update. It's only being run once though. Okay, so we're good. Now let's try this out. We're probably gonna have some bugs, but at least we can try it out. First life went off, second life, and it actually worked just fine. First time, that's good. Let's try again quickly. 1 life, 2 life, 3 life, and then we get a out of range exception, which is fine because we don't have any safety checks, I guess. So we are going to go, where exactly do we go? So let's just say that if life point is equal to -1 instead. So def is only being called once. Okay, so we lose 1 HP, 2 HP, 3 HP, -1. And it doesn't work. Okay, so what we'll do is if life point is equal to 0, I don't know. I'm just trying stuff out. Alright, I'm not actually doing anything. I'm thinking about it. I'm not really doing anything. I'll just do a debug.log really quick to say def, basically. That's not going to fix my null reference. However, I'm still looking for the right timing to make the player lose. So 1, 2... Okay, so he should... I think that's fine. I think we should do if life point is equal to 0, then we die. That's perfectly fine. Now, of course, if we're dead, we don't want to be doing this. We don't want to be doing accessing this part. So, if life point is smaller than 1, if life point is equal to 0, we'll just do def and do a return. But then again, that's not going to work. Let's just do a return here and leave def down there. Alright, that's a little bit messy code, but it's going to work. At least it's going to work. That's what matters in the end. We'll probably find something better by the end of this video. Stream, whatever. Great, so we fixed this error. We can still slice stuff, and I guess that's fine. We're gonna stop them from spawning, though, a little bit later on whenever we feel like it. And, score. Yeah, we're gonna be tackling the score thing. How do we do with the score? On our game manager, we are going to have a score up here. So public void gain score, increment score, increment score. Let's do that. Int score amount. The reason I'm taking a int score amount in parameter is because I saw that there might be a chance that this big fruit would come in and you can slice it multiple times, so it has a different score values than the rest of the other fruits. And all we're going to be doing in here is we are going to say current score, or I mean it's just called score text. Okay, so score is plus equal to score amount, like this. And what else do we need to do? Score.text, I mean no, score text dot text is equal to score.toString. As simple as that. Now if score is bigger than high score, then we also want to modify that, so high score is equal to score, and high score text dot text is equal to best in caps. We put the column and then plus high score to string, like so. That's good, that's good. Okay, next thing we want to be doing is we're going to take this function, put it inside of the Veggie every time we slice. So public void slice, if we slice something, let's just do increment score by 1. Of course, this is being called inside of the game manager.instance though, so we do it like that. We increment the score by 1, and when we feel like it, we're going to be coding this extra big fruit that gives more. But we're just preparing the field right now. Good times. And how long have we been running for? I think we've been running for an hour. That's perfect. So as you can tell, I'm getting my score. It increments. I'm not saving it anywhere, of course, and I'm missing some fruits. Why am I so bad? Okay, I died. Let me try again. Anyway, it looks something like that. So far, it's not too bad. What I think we're going to be working on next is we might actually want to put a background to this. I want to be putting some art, some visual in there as soon as possible. But should we do that first, or should we tackle the pause button? Maybe do the pause button so we can start a new game whenever we die. Yeah, you know what? Let's actually get rid of the pause button right away. So I'm going to click on the canvas, right click on it, put an image at the very bottom left that I'll call pause button. And since everything seems to be working on the time.delta time, because I just multiply everything by that, we can simply put the time scale on 0 if we want everything to stop moving. But before we do that, of course, place your button somewhere. I'll be putting it at the very bottom left. Give it a small margin of, say, 10 on both axes. The width is going to be small. I don't want to hit this by mistake while I'm playing, so maybe 75. 75 is small enough. Yeah. Turn this into a button by typing in button. We are going to quickly code this function inside of our game manager again. In our game manager, I will create a public game object pause menu. This is going to be a pause menu. We also need a function in here, so public void pause game, pause game. And this is what we're going to do in here. We're simply going to say pause menu, this thing here that should work in IntelliSense, but it doesn't. Pause menu that set active, and we're going to say set active to pause menu dot active self, but we're going to put a exclamation mark in front of it, so we're pretty much just going to reverse the state of the pause menu. Let's quickly give this a try, but we need a pause menu first, so right click on canvas again, create a panel, and I'll just put that in the center. That's my panel. It's going to be, say, 500 wide. No, that's too big. 400 wide by 200 in height. That's my pause. let's just call this pause menu, put a text in it just for sake of seeing something. Pause text, something like that. Alright. Now this pause menu, I am going to link it inside of my manager, so up here. And we're also going to make sure we turn it off in the start. So in the new game, we're going to say pause menu dot set active is equal to false, just like that. Press play, and whenever we hit play, the pause menu is gone. I press on this, it should pop. It doesn't because I haven't linked the function. Alright. Let's use the pause menu, and then on the pause menu button, the pause button, there is this button script that we just created. I mean the button component. I'm getting a little bit messed up in my word. I'm going to take a small pause after this. The pause button, of course, the unclick event is down here. We click on the plus sign. We choose our game manager, or I mean our manager in general. Find the game manager script on top of it, and then find the function that we've made, the pause game function. Click here, we're ready to press on play again, and it pops. Now if we press on it, again it's going to hide, and it just works like that. And that's perfectly fine. Now we're trying to actually pause the game to stop the time. So what we'll do is inside of here, we'll do time.timescale is equal to 0. By doing this, we pretty much, whoa, I'm at the wrong place. By changing the time.timescale, we're pretty much just changing the whole process of our game, because everything is moving using time.delta time, as you can tell, over here and over here. So if our time.delta time is on 0, we're just multiplying everything by 0, and it's just not going to work anymore. Now, whenever we create a new game, we want to be putting this back on 1. So here's a mistake. Just put that on 1 in the new game. And inside of our pause game, we put it on, depending on what it is right now. So if the game is paused, it's going to be on 0. We want to be putting it on 1. If it is on 1, we want to be putting it on 0. So we're just going to be swapping the 0 and the 1. And the way I'll do this is I'll create a ternary operator. So I'll say is equal to time.timescale is equal to 0. So if it is equal to 0, I'll set this on 1. If it is not, I'll set it on 0. And this is how you actually write it, like that. And vice versa. Okay. Press on play. Let's actually test this out. As you can tell, I click here. It pauses pretty much everything. Click on again. And it works. Now if I lose, I'd like to actually put that on. I'd like to actually see the pause button when I lose. That'd be great. Or you know what? Never mind that. I don't want to see the pause button when I lose. All I want to see really is the death recap at the very end. Now notice that by pausing our game, we also messed up our trail, because our trail is supposed to disappear after 0.25 seconds. But the 0.25 seconds does not really matter because timescale is on 0, so time doesn't actually go passing by. It just stays there forever. And I think what we're going to be doing is whenever the game is paused, we are not going to be updating the position of the trail. That would only make sense, actually. And also, I think we're also testing against slicing. So if I unpause the game, I think this object down here is going to be slice. Or is it? Let me try again. Say we pause the game, we try to slice this. Yep, the score just got updated, and we actually slice this object. So we're going to need to create some kind of check. We are going to say, just create a small boolean somewhere. So private bool is pause. It's going to be equal to false by default. When we do a new game, when we create a new game, is pause is also equal to false. When we pause the game, then we do is pause is equal to pause menu dot active self. does that make any sense? Does that make any sense? So if it's pause, then the pause menu is going to be active. Alright, so that makes sense. And make sure you put it after this very first line. And now what issue did we try to break with that? We wanted to stop the trail from moving. So this thing here. And we also wanted to stop this from working as well. So the whole update is going to be pause as well. So if is pause, return. We're not running this if it's pause. Alright, let's give this a small try again. Slice 1, 2, 3. Pause the game. Try to slice. Unable, and my trail doesn't appear, so that's also a good thing. Right, we go back and we can now start to slicing again. One thing I've noticed that we're gonna fix really quick is the score at the very first frame. As long as I don't slice anything, it's not being updated, and that's perfectly good because I'm not updating the text every single frame and it's not costing me too much in memory. But we at least need to update it at the very first frame. So inside of the new game, whenever we're creating a new game, we're gonna say score text dot text is equal to score dot toString. And now as far as the high score goes, we don't really save it just yet. We could actually do that right away, why not? So we're gonna say high score is equal to, let's do a player pref dot load, or is it get? We're gonna do a get int, and we're getting the score. Now this is going to be a key that we're gonna be saving, so we need to save this somewhere. Just remember the string that you put in here. If you type in score with a capital letter, just remember that for a little bit later on. Just after this, we can do a high score text.text is equal to the same exact thing we put down there. So best colon plus high score toString. Oops. Something of the sort. And now we're gonna quickly save this somewhere. So high score down there. So if score is bigger than high score, then we're gonna do player pref dot set int score, which is the exact same thing I just told you to remember, and the score we send in is of course high score. By doing this, we should actually be loading up our high score. As you can tell right now, we have a high score of 0 and a score of 0. We get 1, 2, 3, so on, and then we suck so much that we lose. We start over again, and our high score is 6. And we can just go back to doing our things until we beat the high score again, and it just starts saving again. Good times. Alright guys, so I'm gonna take a quick break and I will be back in a moment. Then we can start working on the art phase already and just make this thing look a little bit more pretty. And of course create the whole menu flow, but that thing is boring. Anyway guys, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. So we are going to work on a def button really quick. Not a def button, sorry, but a def menu. We have this pause menu over here. We can turn it off. We don't need to actually keep it on. So I'm going to turn it off to actually work on the recap information panel at the very end, or I mean the def panel. You may call it whatever you feel like. This is what I'll be calling it. So I'll be calling it def menu. Def menu is actually a panel, and inside of that panel is going to be a few things. So information on the current score, which we can fetch right here. It's no big deal, and also it's going to have some other buttons that we can click on to move on back to the menu or just replay the game basically. So inside of here we said we're gonna have a text, so right click on it, UI text. This is defeat with a super unhappy feel to it. Anchor it at the very top here, why not? Anchor of -10. This is going to be expandable width because I feel like it. We said -10 here. And I'm just clicking at the wrong places, but basically just place your text wherever you feel like it belongs, and I'll just put the width on, say, 50 on my side. Alignment in the center, font size a little bit bigger, something like that. And here we go, that's my defeat text. It's going to be something in like red because it's really dramatic. Anyway, we're gonna implement some fonts later on that we're gonna go fetch, including sounds, because we feel like it today. We're gonna really try and polish this as much as possible, so font and sound are going to be fetched a little bit later on from sources I have. Let's actually call this title of the box, and I'm going to put the buttons right away. So right click here, buttons. There is two different buttons. The first one is going to be the menu button, so this is going to send you back to the menu. No, actually, you know what? This is going to be the retry button. So first, let's do retry. Like that. I'm actually going to remove the text. I don't want to see the text. I'll just create an image that contains that text in it. So we're just going to assume that the bigger button, because this one's going to be, say, 60 or 75, this one is the retry button. Now I'm going to duplicate this, move this button a little bit lower, like this, and this is going to be the menu button that is going to be, say, 45 in height. Alright. Something like that. Of course, the def menu recap thing can be smaller, so something like this. And yeah, great. Let's actually unpop this whenever we die. So I'll be toggling it off, and in my game manager now I'll create a public field for it. So wherever it says pause menu, right here, I'll do a public game object def menu. Def menu is going to be turned off whenever we create a new game. So def menu is equal to, not def menu that's set active false, like this. And let's also make sure that our new game is public, because I'm just thinking about it right now. We're going to be needing to call this from a button, so we're going to have to make it public. So def menu set active is equal to false in our new game. Whenever we do die, we are going to say def menu set active to true. We're setting it back to true. And let's also pause the game at that time. I mean, not pause the game, but let's also turn off the pause if we do have one. Oh wait, that's impossible. We can't die if the game is paused, so how should we go about doing this actually? You know what? We don't need to do anything else than just turn on that def menu. And what we'll do on top of that is you see that def button, that def menu over here. It covers the whole screen. Basically, it covers the whole screen. However, our panel is 225 in width. What I feel like doing is I'll actually create a layer on top of that. So I'll right click and I'll just create another panel. I will drag and drop my def menu inside of that panel. Take the title, just put it here instead. This is going to be the window inside of my panel. So basically I just put another layer, and that's my layer, the big thing here. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because when it's open, like this, let's say it's open right now, I can't click on my pausing, I can't click on anything else but my def menu button, so I can't pause the game. And that's actually what I'm going to go for. So I'm creating this background. Of course, if you don't like that, you can just toggle off the image and it still works, I think. I'm not sure. I don't know, so you do need an image. Well, if you don't like having this transparency in the background, you can turn the image alpha just down to 0. And then if you play the game, you can't click on your thing. And that's fine. Now, since I'm in a defeat stance and I'm telling my player that he lost, basically, I'm actually going to put a small black color like this so we can cover the rest of the screen. and the focus goes back on the def menu just to tell him how bad he is at the game. And here we go. I think that's going to work just fine. So whenever this def menu is toggled, we can't click on anything else. Of course, there's still things running in the background. Technically, I think we could pause the game, but I don't want to do it. I mean, that actually works, so the score is not being changed. We can still play with things in the back. Oh, okay, why? Okay, we can still play with things in the back. That's bad. Here's what we're gonna do. In the def menu, we're gonna say is pause is equal to true. However, we're not really popping the pause menu, and that's perfectly fine. And you'll see why in a moment. Let's actually fix the error we had in the inspector. It says the field def menu has not been assigned, and that's true. So under the manager, find your def menu, the bigger panel, the one that contains also this image. So the very top here. Find this, toggle it. Don't toggle it, I mean just drag it in here. And it's not going to work. Yep, so here we go. This is what we get. Lose 1 life, lose 2 life, 3 life. Def menu pops. The trail does not work anymore. I can't click here. Can't click anywhere but on my def menu buttons. And now for some reason, also the things also stop. Oh well, I know why. It still stops spawning because we stopped the update completely with the is pause is equal to false. So that's actually good. And yeah, makes sense. Good. So we have a def button now. If you don't want to see it right there, you can of course toggle it off. It's still going to work because you drag and drop the reference. It's not like you're getting it at runtime using a GameObject.find. So this works. Sorry, just came back from a cold, so my throat is still a little bit itchy, but I'm still making those live stream tutorial for you guys because good times, having a good time doing it. Where were we? Yeah, right, we were making some functions for our buttons. So the first button is the bigger one. That's the retry button. On my retry button, I go on the unclick event, click the plus sign, find my manager, and under my game manager, let's just try putting the new game in there, see if it's going to work or not. So here we go, we just have a score of say 3, and then we're gonna start being bad, and then we lose. So if we click somewhere, everything should be reset perfectly fine. Let's try that. The score has been reset. The lives, they have not been reset up there. So the lives are something we need to work on. And other than that, everything seems to be working fine other than the fruits. They also need to be reset. Okay. So a few things. First off, the lives. If we go under new game, we gotta be finding all the lives. So what we'll do is simple. We'll do a for each statement. So for each, anywhere in the new game, doesn't really matter. I'll just do it before the def menu.set active. For each image I in life points, I.enable is equal to true. As simple as that. That's going to reset all our life point images. Now as far as the veggie goes, what I'll do is I'll say my list of veggies, where is it at? Over here. My list of veggies, so for every, or for each vegetable V in veggies, v.destroy, or destroy, yeah, so we destroy v.gameObject. We're actually removing that game object from the scene, and then we can say veggies.clear, so we're clearing our list. This way we remove all the veggies from the scene, and we can now start fresh with our new game. Let's hit play on this. So we have 1, 2, right, doesn't really matter, and we're pretty much gonna die now. Going to hit play again. The lives are back. Now let's quickly click on retry, and as you can tell, they disappeared and it spawned a new one. And here we go. Good times. Alright. Are we ready to tackle some art? I think we are, because right now the most annoying thing to me while I'm playing this game is the fact that I'm not really getting a good feedback when I'm slicing this. Of course, I'm getting the slight movement change, but that's not enough for me to be satisfied. So we're gonna start implementing some art, guys. So and also randomizing that art. We need some veggies first. Let's go back on our list of veggies. Let's start with carrots. So we're gonna create some carrots. I'm quickly gonna go and fetch some carrots images on Google, some references. And how exactly should we go about doing this? Alright, this is really bad. This is what I'm going to be using as a reference. And I'm going to use a single reference because I'm really not a good artist. Alright, so what's going to happen is I am going to launch Photoshop now. And I know many of you guys are artists. I talk to you guys every day. And you're going to judge me a lot for what I'm about to do. But please, just bear with me. I'm just a programmer. Don't judge my artistic skill. What we're going to be doing is we're going to create a sprite sheet. So the first image in my sprite sheet is going to be the state, just a normal state where it's simply a carrot. Nothing, no big deal. It's just a simple carrot that we see. It's rotating while we're playing. And then starting from the second frame to say the 10th frame, it is going to be the carrot splitting. So we'll put a small animation in that. How many frames do we need to make this look good? I honestly don't know. Let me quickly think about it. Let's just pick a good number. So let's go with 8 frame total, 7 frames for the animation because I don't want to spend too much time on it. But if you want to spend more time on yours, please do so and send me pictures and videos. I like that. I'll actually go with 8 frames. And I'll make sure everything is 64 by 64, so my size of picture is going to be 64 in height and 64 times 8 in width, and I can't do that. Let me just calculate it. So 512. 512 by 64. It gives me this kind of pattern here. I'm in Photoshop, of course. I'm going to create a new layer so I can delete my background. So create a new layer down here, then delete your background. And I'll grab the size of a single square. So 64 by 64, as I can tell down here. Just put a color in there. So I don't know if I should be telling you all the shortcuts I do. Yeah, let's actually do that. So I press J or G on the keyboard to get my gradient or my bucket tool, and I just put any color I had in there. And also, as far as the sizing goes, if you're still looking for 64 by 64 but it says something in inches for you, you can go under Edit and then Preferences, Units and Ruler, and you just choose pixels up here. It's way easier to work in pixels when you're working in video games, of course. Alright, so we've got a single square over here that is 64 by 64. And I am going to hit Control J on it to duplicate. Change the color of it, so maybe just another color, this lighter blue. And just paste it on here. Then I'm going to hit Control T for free transform. Move it on the left side by 64 pixel and it pretty much snaps, so it's fairly easy to do. And there we go, we have our second square. Now, take these two layers by hitting by holding Control and selecting the other one, then hit Control J again, free transform, so Control T, move it over here, this time by 128 pixels. Now take all the ones you have, and again, Control J, Control T, move it on this side, and we have 8 little squares. Now this is what is going to happen. I'm going to put everything inside a group, and we're going to be drawing on top of these. Alright, so how do we go about doing a carrot thingy? Okay, I'm simply going to grab this really quickly. There we go. Clipboard. It's quite big. Maybe 64 by 64 is too small for a game. So you might want to go for a 128 by 128, but I'm already engaged, so it's time to work on creating some art. Okay. Which side would be the best for us? Maybe something like that. Could I just copy this, or would that be considered as cheating? This would probably be, yeah, this would be considered as cheating. Let me just create a new layer and I'll start just drawing this. So I'll be using a pencil tool, why not? Or a small brush instead. Yeah, let's do that. A small brush. So maybe 4 pixels. And I'll just grab this color. Alright, I clearly need some more reference, so let me go check. Oh, that's perfect. That's my type of heart. Yeah, that's good actually. You know what? I'll just go with that. Good times. So we just draw something like this, just to give it a little weird shape, because why not? And there we go. And up like that. And there's those kind of weird strips on it. This is really good art. I'm telling you. With just a little bit more work, I'm gonna use my eraser. I just go like this, work on the shape of it a little bit. Good times. Select this, maybe rotate it like that. Oh, it does look like a carrot now. And I'll create another layer for the background color, which is the exact same color but a little bit lighter, like this. And yep, this is super good art, I'm telling you guys. There we go. Good times. You're definitely going to be judging me for this. If you already done art before, you're not going to like what I'm doing right now. Please bear with me, I'm almost done. Yeah. Just define this a little bit more, because I know what I'm doing, obviously. There we go. That's the best carrot you've ever seen. Now as for the tail, oops. How do we go about creating the tail? Oh, this is really, really nice graphics. I'll just use another color, so maybe that greenish over here. Take another brush tool, and I'm just going to go ahead and give it my best, right? There we go. That's the best carrot you've ever seen. Oops, maybe from there. And no, that didn't make sense. There we go. Good times. Alright, before I embarrass myself too much, I'm just going to call it a day, and that's going to be one of the best carrot you've seen thus far. Very well. I'm going to just collapse everything, put that on a single, you know what, I'll just create a group because I might end up working on it better later on. I'll create a group. This is going to be frame 1, and this is what is going to be on my screen every time a new carrot comes in. And this is going to have some kind of rotating effect. This is just going to fly in, and it's going to be great, I'm telling you. Now, as far as the next frame goes, this is where it goes a little bit messy and we start creating animation out of that. So we've got 7 frame to actually shatter this carrot in two, to slice this carrot in two. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to just collapse this, duplicate by hitting Control J, rename this of course, so frame 2, Control T to move it, and go from here to there, and then we're going to start breaking that carrot apart. How should we go about doing this? We are simply going to take these 2 layers, I think. These 2 layers up here, and I am going to duplicate them again. I don't know what I'm doing. Hide this, go like that. Just move them a bit, so these 2 are going to be moved. Actually, these 3 are going to be moved like that. Make sure it stays in the square, of course. This is really important. And what could we do now? We could keep deleting stuff on this end. And it just shatters your dreams of being a model carrot. There we go. This is where the slicing begins. And it's not fun anymore for the carrot. Alright, same thing goes, so duplicate this. This is frame number 3. And if you're looking for an animation teacher, that's me. I'm literally the best around. Just keep slicing, so I'm just going to rotate this, make it a little bit smaller so we give it some kind of effect where it shrinks. Because, you know, why not? We're allowed to do whatever we want. And it just keeps getting worse and worse for that carrot every time. Duplicate. We've got a maximum of 8 frames, so let's just keep going. Oops. Spinning like that, we can reduce the size again. There we go. I can see the progress, it's awesome. Of course, if you want to define your animation more and you want to make something really pretty, you're probably going to end up using more than only 8 frames, actually 7 frame in this case. And that's really up to you, so you just decide on what you need and you do it. Whether you have 8 frames or 20, in the end it's going to be the same script. We're just going to be changing numbers in there. Oh, this carrot is literally being bent. I don't like that. Let's just keep going. Frame number 6. Every time it's getting a little bit smaller as well. Every time it's being rotated a little bit more. And for all of you, my artist friends are looking at this, please don't message me about it. I'm trying to forget already. This doesn't make any sense in any kind of physics form. But we're almost done. Let's keep going. Okay, that's frame 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's frame 7. Just remember that this is also going to be moving while it's playing, I guess. final frame, frame 8. Wait, which way are we rotating from? So we go from there, goes up like this, and then like that. Okay. This one goes on the other side. And we should make it a little bit smaller as well, forgot that. Cool. This is job well done. Literally the best animation you've seen. Let's actually add just a little bit of detail on it because I really think it's awful. I'm sure I'm not the only one. And by detail, I mean just like add some kind of, not particle, but you know, some kind of sparkle, like something like that. I don't know. I really have no clue how to do it. So let's quickly do something. Give it some kind of splash. I'll make it more whitish. The best animation you've seen. I'll leave everything on a single layer because I think it's gonna be destroyed soon. Alright, scrap the last three actually. Actually, scrap all of these. Right, so we're gonna be keeping the 3 first. And finally, this is what I wanted to get at. This is our first Veggie being used as a game object. Now, this is an actual sprite sheet. All of these are a single image, but we need to be using them as multiple image. So the way we're gonna do this is first, let's start by saving the PSD somewhere. So I'll just go under my drive. Under the project, so where's my project? Here it is. My project, and I'll save the PSD somewhere. I'll just put it inside of the artwork folder in a folder called PSD. Now this is a reflection of my Unity folder, of course. And I'll just say this is caret in caps, because why not? If we go in our game engine now, inside of the artwork folder, it is now this thing. So there is the PSD folder and the caret. Let's just make sure that we put the caret inside of that PSD folder. Now remember that every time I do something in here, it is reflected in my project folder. Okay, but we can't actually use a PSD in our game, so we're gonna make sure we export that first. But before we export that, make sure you turn off this actual group layer down there. The background that we just gave, that we kept as a reference. We need to actually turn that off, so it doesn't appear in our game, of course. And so we have some alpha in the background and transparency that we can play with. Let's go under File, Save As, and we are saving as a PNG this time. And let's just call this caret, but not in full caps this time. And here it is. That is our caret down there, as you can tell. Just looking great. Good times. Caret sprite sheet, because I have the right to rename this, why not? And now, once we have this in the game, we're going to go up here in texture type. This is going to be a sprite 2D and UI. It is going to be a sprite, a multiple sprite. So sprite mode multiple, and then we enter the sprite editor. Make sure you apply this, and now you enter the Unity sprite editor. If you guys remember, we made this 64 by 64. Every single one of these are 64 by 64, so we don't even need to go ahead and just crop these like I'm doing right now. We don't need to do that. We can go up here under slice and make a grid by cell size, pixel size 64 by 64, and we just slice this. And then the engine has automatically made us 8 different sprites. We can now hit apply, and here we go. Good times. Isn't that great? That's like literally the best animation you've seen. You can't wait to see that in the game, I bet. Let's actually drag a veggie in here. Any kind of veggie. We're gonna go in the game scene. I mean in this area, the scene view. And now the sprite renderer is actually going to be the initial carrot. Of course, there's something wrong with that. I think it might be a little bit too big. I don't know what you guys think about it. How do we go about fixing the size of this thing? Well, we are going to first take the collider, so this thing, the box collider, put the size on 1:1, and then once that's done, I'm just going to drag it somewhere I can see it in the scene view and scale it down until I find it appropriate. So how exactly would be a good size? Maybe like this, so maybe like 1.75-ish. That is going to work for me. Then the collider, I can now resize this thing so it makes more sense. So maybe a little bit smaller on X and a little bit smaller on Y. Might give it a small offset as well if you want it. If you want it to be like a little bit lower, you can do that as well. You can play with your collider as much as you want, basically. The only thing you gotta remember at the very end is to reset. You don't have to reset the position, but just clean it up a little bit. So maybe give it some nicer values, say 75 instead of so many numbers. And then the size maybe on 0.6. In theory, you don't have to do that. I just like having everything clean. And now here it is. Hit apply, very important thing. Then you can exit that, start playing the game. And you have carrots that you can now slice. Good time. Of course, they don't play the animation, so that's not cool. Well, let's go ahead and make them play that animation. And how exactly do we go about doing this? So, we are going to create a... Do we have any option in that very sprite renderer to do that? I don't think we have any option. Let's try with sprite sheet. Okay, we're just gonna put it inside of the vegetable script. I will double click on Veggie script. We're gonna go under... We're not gonna go under. We're gonna go up here and declare a public image. Oh, so we're gonna need the UI. So Unity system, Unity engine dot UI public images array of sprites, and then private int sprite index. And just like that, we have just created 2 new fields. In the launch vegetable function, I'll do sprite index is equal to 0. And also do, and I will also do, what else should we do? Oh, we should be getting a sprite renderer. So private sprite renderer, let's just call it S renderer or something like that. Renderer, like this. We're gonna need to get a reference to that, so we'll just create a quick private void start S renderer is equal to get component sprite renderer. Back in our start, we're gonna do sprite renderer dot sprite is equal to sprites with an S at the index, sprite index, which is 0. Okay. And now is slice is equal to false. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna keep track of the last frame we updated our animation. So private float last sprite update and also private float sprite update delta, which is say going to be 0.2f. We're gonna modify this value in a moment if we need to, and we probably need to. Alright, so we've got all of these fields, all of these new fields now that we need for the animation. Under update, if isActive is equal to false, that's fine, we don't do this. Now, if it is being slice, so if slice is slice, so if slice, we are going to check, well, if time.time minus last sprite update is bigger than sprite update delta, then if that's the case, we are going to do last sprite update is equal to time.time and sprite index plus plus, and then s renderer dot sprite is equal to sprites with an s sprite index. Alright, there's no way for me to actually check this out right now without filling my values, so let's go fill the values inside the inspector and actually try this out. Seem to be having an error over here. Cannot convert type image to sprite, and that is correct. I don't even know why I was thinking about using images. Sorry about that. We're getting a public sprite array. Does it make sense now? Is it going to hit me? No? Okay, cool. What we're going to do next is we're going to go under the prefab over here, and then the Veggie. We are going to find our vegetable script, open the sprite. We need 8 of those. And here's what we're going to be doing. So put the caret sprite sheet 0 in the first index, and then element 1, 2, 3, and you just go on like that and fill the array with all of these sprites. There's probably a more efficient way to do it, but that's what I came up with. So there's also something else we're going to be doing over here. We're going to do if, inside of the same if actually, if sprite index is equal to sprites with an s dot length actually is not equal. Should we do is equal? Let's do is not equal, and then the rest stays the same. So if sprite index is not equal to sprite dot length and our initial condition, then we go ahead and just update the sprite. If it's being sliced, of course. Okay, there is definitely something wrong, but it's good looking. What happened here? We've got a null reference exception on here on the launch veggies because for some reason it was not able to get the sprite renderer on the start, and it does exist. So what is wrong here? Let's see. So we instantiate. We instantiate a Veggie, we use it right away, I think. We do a get Veggie. Then we launch. Okay, so I think what happens is when we create that Veggie object, we call the launch vegetable function before it even has the time to run. So what we're going to do is actually change that start for in await. Or you know what? I'm not even going to complicate things too much. We're going to be changing this sprite renderer into a public field. But the await thing would have worked. I'm just going to not bother having these extra lines, these extra 3 lines, and just put it as public, and I can just use that here when it's public and drag and drop the sprite renderer. Like so. Then hit play. Then I slice this, I try. And there we go, good times. Wow, this is the best game ever. You've never seen something like that before. This is literally the best game we've ever made on this channel. Good times. Okay, of course there's something wrong down there. Let's actually have a look. Index is out of range, and that might only be because the sprite index is it bigger or is it smaller than length? Well, I mean it gets up to the index 8, which should not happen. So if sprite index is not equal to sprite length minus 1, that's going to be our easy fix, then it does that. Alright, now if you think that the animation of that carrot is not cool enough, of course you can add more frames, of course you can do whatever you want, and you can also speed it up, because right now, if we go under here, the sprite update delta is at 0.2, so it's not really fast. We could say that it's 125 instead, 0.125, and it would update faster, as you can tell right now. And it's so good looking. Having a good time right now. I could play this forever. But here we go, finally some kind of feedback, a little bit better feedback than we used to have, of course. I'm really having a good time, you don't even know. And we also need the carrot icon for the top left up here. What else? What other art do we need? Of course we need more veggies. I'll do 2 more maximum, but we won't do them right now because we want to actually have something cool working. As far as the live goes up there, we'll use X's just like they use in the real game. Nothing too complicated. And let's go ahead and just do that right now actually. So keep this around somewhere, we'll need it soon. What I will do now is actually create some kind of atlas for every single piece of other UI that we'll be needing in the future. More static UI, of course. This is a sprite sheet, it has an animation on it. We're talking about buttons, we're talking about the score carrot, we're talking about the lives. And let's just go ahead and get started. So how big could this be? Since we're making this for mobile, it doesn't have to be that big. I'll just go with something like 1024 by 1024 works. Yeah, let's go with 1024 by 1024. And it's probably a little bit too big, of course we'll be working on that later on. Let's actually start listing everything that we need. We need a pause button, we need a retry button, we need a to menu button, a carrot for the score, a lives, a single one will do. And that's really it for now. Do we have anything in the pause menu? Well, I guess we're gonna have a resume button. So resume button and also a to menu button. We can use the same to menu button in both the def and the pause. And also the background panel of that pause and the background for that def are going to be a little bit different. Okay. So let's just repeat what we said a second ago. We need this carrot up here. So let's go ahead and just do that carrot first. It's going to be 64 by 60. That's way too big. Let me go back. Okay, we're making a 512 by 512. Sorry about all my indecisive things. That's usually what happens when I'm creating a game on the fly without thinking about it too much. But hey, at least we're having a good time. Alright. 64 by 64. This is going to be where I put my carrot. Good times. So this is nothing actually, this is only a background, so let me just create a new layer, a new group actually. This is going to be the backgrounds. And then on top of this, this is going to be where I put my carrot. Carrot. Cool. Next one. Oops. Next one. What do we need next? We needed the pause button. Now, the order you put them in doesn't really matter. I just go and do whatever I feel like. Pause button doesn't have to be stupid big. It can be the exact same size. So here it is. That is going to be the background for my pause button. These colors really annoy me. I'm going to change them for bluish colors. Same thing for this guy. There we go. Alright, this is the caret score. This is the pause. Alright, good times. And what else do we need? We are going to need that's the retry button. Now the retry button, of course, cannot be squared. As you can tell, it's a little bit bigger, it's more wide. So we're going to assign him 2 square space inside of our UI atlas. The way I'll do this is I will duplicate both of these squares, just drag them down there, and this is going to be it. I'll also reverse the color, so having them selected with the Ctrl T, the free transform tool, I'll right click on them and then flip horizontal. Or, you know what, that doesn't make any sense, sorry about this. I am going to merge them together actually. So right click, merge layers, and give them a whole new color for both of them. Let's go with just another shade of blue, why not? And we've said that is going to be the retry button, so retry. Cool. Next, let's just type in retry. Next would be the pause, not the pause, the to menu button. I will duplicate this thing here, move it down with a Ctrl T again, move it down by 64 pixels from there, give it a background color like we do, and this is the to menu. Again, just the big art stuff. Good times. And let's keep going. What else do we need in there? We need the lives, and we need a resume button. So let's start with a resume, and then we can move on to doing the lives. So you just keep going, you keep doing that until you have all the elements that you need in your game. And I'm actually not going to use a whole 512 by 512. I'm probably going to end up using 512 by 256, something like that in the end. And you know what, I'll just scale it down right now. So what I've did is I've took this tool and I just made sure I've got 256 in height. You can also do it via this thing up here, the image adjustment and adjustment. Is it adjustment? Oh, image size up here. But if you do that via here, it's also going to scale your things, and that's not going to look very, very pretty. So I just do it manually. So retry to menu. This is going to be the. I don't even remember. This is the resume. There it is, resume. I have a really short memory sometimes, especially when I have to translate everything I say in English. Alright, resume. And then we need to tackle the lives, so the lives would be another one of these squares. Doesn't have to be that big. And I'm sorry about the computer's noise, but that is how it is. Lives like that, and I think that would be. So we've got the caret up here, we've got the pause button, we've got the lives, the defeat text. Defeat text is actually going to be a font, so we're good. We've got these 2 buttons, That's so cool. And on the pause button, we need the whole pause panel. So the whole pause panel, I think is going to be as wide as that. I mean, it's going to be like wider, at least widescreenish. So we can make space for that. And what else? The defeat panel. Alright, so how big it is going to be? Is it going to be? I think it's going to be 128 times 2. Oops. Of course, 256. Why am I calculating this? 256. So we grab all of these like that. Times, well, 256 by 128. Is it 128? I think it is. Okay, so something like this. So basically, it's a fourth of this picture. I don't know how to explain this properly. Anyway, I've put it on the wrong layer, so I'll just create a new one. Take this whole thing, duplicate, and just remove it from that layer. There we go. And is it me, or is it there some kind of glitch here? Okay. Anyway, this is going to be the pause menu. Now the def menu, I'm just going to put it somewhere right. I'll fit it right in here. Why not? I'm really good at Tetris, by the way. And what else? We're gonna take this, duplicate it, put it on this side, and scale it downward. Maybe change the color for this kind of color. Or no, we already used that before. Let's use this one. We already used that one too. There we go. So this is going to be the def menu. Obviously that comes with a sad face. And let's type in def menu so we know which layer it is. And then we get to deal with the pause. Alright, so that's pretty much all we need at the moment. Now when we do our real menu scene, we might actually need something more. We need to actually put some more button in there. And that's perfectly fine, but right now we've got enough to keep on working and implementing that in our game. That's, so you know guys, that's not going to be the final art. Just giving you a quick head up. Alright, so we're going to save this PSD file under our PSD folder. We'll save this under UI Atlas in all caps because I really feel like it. And we are going to go under saving again, so save as once more, save as a PNG this time. Go back to your artwork folder, and this is going to be the UI Atlas, not in caps, because we feel much calmer now. And here it is, our beauty. We are going to put that as a sprite to the UI. Multiple, like we did last time, apply, yep. And we're going to start slicing this. So up here is the carrot. We're just going to slice it like that. And in case you messed up your slicing, you can look at the values down here, and they do make sense. So it is a 64 by 64. Now we're gonna keep going like that until we get all of our sprite on separate layers. They're fairly easy to do because they're all square. And I messed up this one big time. So basically 158 in width. No, it's actually 256 in width and 128 in height. And it's a little bit messed up here, so let me just put that here, 128, 128, and it works now. We keep going for the retry button, so I'll just start from down there, and I messed up, but that's fine. You can just pull on this and everything works. Let's keep going. You could also rename these buttons if you want. They have a name down there. I don't really ever do that, to be honest, because you always have some kind of image feedback. Unity is great. I like Unity. Okay, seems like we managed to cut pretty much everything. Let's make sure we hit apply up here. And then we have all our great image separated. So that's our score, that's our pause, lives, pause lol, retry, to menu, resume, and the def menu. It's time to actually change our art around. We are going to go toggle off the def menu. On our score panel, we open it up. We have the current score. That's also fine. Now we have the caret thing. That's our big image right there with no sprite. We're going to click here and choose our caret. And it's just going to show here because it's great. Great time. Next one is the life points. For every single of these, I am going to be putting life as sprite. And we'll actually work on making this look good later on. So they're using UI Atlas 2, which is the live. That's fine. That's cool. Okay, next one. And we just keep on going like this until all of them are covered. And they now are. Next one, the pause button. Oh, did we forget to do the pause button? No, never mind, we didn't forget. I'm just being retarded. So, pause button goes here, of course. The pause menu, now we can toggle this on. The background of this image is going to be the pause lol. Here it is. Now in the pause, we said that we want, let's actually do that right now. We said that we wanted to have a button that returns us to the main menu, so we actually wanted two of those. A button that returns us to the main menu, and another one that will return us to resume the game, basically. So let's create a button. This button has no text inside of it. We don't need text because we're really cool. And we've made an image for that. So under our button image, we're going to find the to menu button. Here it is. And that's our to menu button, of course. Really good looking. We can now move it somewhere. Let me just rename it really quick. So do we need to move it, say, on the left side of this panel? We could do that. Like so. Now, of course, the scaling is something you have to work on a little bit. So we could do 160, which is the width, divided by 280. And that would be the perfect ratio. Position X, I'll just give it a margin of 10, minus 10, or I mean 10 in Y as well. Copy this button, anchor it on the other side this time. Leave the position X like that, and the position Y. And this is going to be another kind of button. That's going to be the resume button. So under my image, we're going to find the resume. And here it is. Do we have a retry button? We do. Okay. I'm being crazy. Sorry about that. And that's, of course, the resume. So far it's looking great. I bet you're all having a good time watching me do this. God. Anyway. Window. The window for this is going to be our def menu. Here it is. Title is just text. Retry is going to be our retry button, of course. Where is it at? It's over here. And the to menu is the to menu. Alright. Good times. Now if you play this, you're going to see how good the game is. I can't believe we've done that. It's really great. Good times. Let's try losing one life so we see how it looks. Good. Everything is really shiny. Okay. I think it's time to actually do some art and replace those placeholders, I guess. So, which one do we want to tackle first? You know what? Let me take a 5-minute break before we get started in that. And then we're gonna go ahead and just tackle every single one of these one by one, but we're gonna do it super quickly because I know art is not one of my biggest field. However, I decided to do it on stream anyway because for those of you that are as awful as me in art, I think this might help you. Alright, I'll be right back in like 5. Alright guys, so I have returned. We are going to tackle these menus. I have a good idea for every single one of those, except the dev menu and the big boss, so the bigger one. I don't really know what we're going to be doing with these, to be honest, and we'll find out. I was thinking about maybe doing like some cooking thing. I don't know. I have really no clue. We'll find out on Google later on. Let's go ahead and tackle the carrot. The carrot is simple. I just go back on this layer, grab something, maybe this one. And which one? That's frame number 1. So I'll just pull my thing like this and just drag and drop frame number 1 in here. So it's actually going to duplicate it on the other PSD file. And here it is. That's my carrot, as simple as that. I don't want to be messing around with that too much. Maybe resize it a little bit, maybe give it some kind of nothing. That's great. I like that. Good times. Carrot, where's my carrot at? I don't need this anymore. That's my carrot score. Just chilling. I'm going to rename this group for carrot score. Whoops. No 4 at the end. Now, as far as the pause button, the one in their game is fairly ugly, to be honest. I can't describe how ugly I think it is. But hey, I'm here judging people's game when I really can't draw myself. But just in terms of the rest of the visual looks great, but their pause button really looks bad. So what could we do with ours? We could simply copy this, or we could make it some kind of veggie theme. We could be using carrots again, but that's a little bit too weird. What could be we using as a veggie pause button? Here I am thinking about this way too much. We don't have enough time. Let's make this something ugly as well. Alright, I'm going to use a text font, any text, and we're going to do Alt 124, so I'm just going to be using those pipes, basically. And scale up the text. Or slash, if you prefer, but those are actually pipes, just the font. Make them look like something else. Wait, am I using the right thing? No, that's a slash and that's a pipe. Okay. So, we're going to be finding a font that makes a little bit more sense. Or maybe it's because I'm on italic. That might explain pretty much everything. Yep, okay. There we go. That makes more sense. And, you know what? Let's actually copy this like that. That's fine. That's good looking. Kind of. What I'll do is I'll make I'll rasterize this type. I will just bring them a little bit closer like this, and I will scale both of them using Control T again. I'll just scale both of them up so it gives us this kind of result. And orange is a great color for a pause button in a veggie game. At least I think so. I'm going to create a new group quickly. This is going to be the pause button, and let me try to find the pause. Here it is. Remove it. We have this new layer that we just made. We're going to drag and drop this inside of our pause button, and let's also create a short background, a quick background actually, like this. Find any color you wish, paste it in the back. What would fit great with that kind of orange? Let me quickly Google that. Color palette website, any kind of color palette. Or, I mean, we need the color wheel. So according to Google Images, what would fit well with this is the opposite color. So this color, this cyan-ish color. Again, don't judge my artistic things. I suck at this. I really do. And here it is. We don't want to have this on the same layer, actually, my bad. Let me create a new layer really quickly. There it is. We can now select a background-ish, put it there, put it in the back of course, and then we can give it some kind of layer style. So this is gonna be a little bit more I guess opaque. It's going to have a bevel on it, a outer bevel, no, inner bevel, emboss, why not? Okay, so emboss size is going to be smaller, and we're gonna soften it. We're not gonna soften it too much. Alright, that's good. Let's move this inward a little bit more. This is also going to have a bevel. This time it's going to be outer. Or emboss? No, pillow emboss, why not? I don't even know what this means, but that's fine. It looks decent. And I can just put my background back in this folder and also reduce the opacity a bit, so maybe like 30%, and that would be our background. And there's one thing really cool with this, because we saved it in Unity and we're actually using a PNG, is if we override that PNG, we're overriding a reference. So have a look at this. We're gonna turn off the beaches really quickly. Right click on, not right click, but click on file, save as. We're gonna save as a PNG and overwrite the file we've made earlier, so the UI atlas. Now without doing anything in the game, we can simply toggle this back on, and here we go. This is what we see. So everything with no background on it, and also pause menu works fine. This is our carrot up there. It's already starting to look a little bit better. Good times. Alright, back to our actual thing. This carrot needs to be a lot bigger, by the way, so quickly, because I'm here, this carrot is going to be 80 by 80. I am being super serious right now. There we go. Like this. Alright. Back in Photoshop, what is the next thing we need to tackle? The lives. In the game, if I still have that image open, I don't. Here it is. Okay, in the game, there is lives. Here it is. These little X's up here. We do the exact same thing, but with circles right now. Let's actually make sure they're X as well. So, I'm going to create a new folder, call them lives, and we're not going to need this anymore. Now, lives is going to be X's, so let me just take a pen and just quickly draw it, because why not? It's going to look more custom, more cool. I'm going to make another layer, and we'll be using the same exact color we use, so the kind of cyan-ish. And we just go like this. Very nice, very well done. Has a good aspect ratio, and is basically the work of a really good self-trained artist. And I'm just going to fill the middle. Okay, this is not going to turn out good. Reduce the size a little bit, and here we go. We do this thing. You know what, that's not gonna work either. Alright, let's just try again really quickly without bothering too much this time. The more weird it looks, the better it is, in my head. Okay. Right, okay. So, just fill this whole shape in. Never mind all I said. I'm going to reset that using the pen layer instead. We'll just go with it. Not a pen, is it a pen? Yeah, that's the pen tool. Okay, so with that, I will just draw stuff. Some kind of X shape. But I also want to make it as weird as it was before. I want to make it some kind of end drawn, but with a pen. Just let your inner artist come out, and try not to hate yourself too much. There we go, good times. That's literally the best thing I could have done. Fill path, going to right click on this, fill the path with my color I had, so here we go. And that's my X. Now I'm going to hit backspace to remove the pen marks and just quickly clean this thing. What is it here? Ah, good. And what I'll do now is I'll actually duplicate this layer, hit Ctrl T, scale everything inward like that. By holding both Alt and Shift while I'm scaling, and I'll just scale it inward just a little bit like this, and then I'll change the color of it to say a darker cyan color, and it's gonna look like something like that. And with this I can now have some kind of depth, I guess, have some kind of depth effect to it. Don't ask too much question, I'm just trying to look great here. And I'm almost succeeding in my head. So let me believe. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Good times. Okay, good. This is clearly awful. Next, the retry button. The retry, the to menu, the resume button, they're all going to be different. Well, I mean, they are going to be the same with different font in it. And I just don't know what to do just yet with the backgrounds, because I feel like I should be using the same background for that, for every single button, but also for the bigger panels. So what could we be using in terms of veggies? We could be writing all the buttons on peas. But then again, I don't know how I'm going to draw this at all. I have no clue how I'll draw this. What if I type in peas in Google? What do we get? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, we're gonna have to find something else. Cooking board. A cooking board would be great for the panels. Then again, I have the same fear as before, where I don't know if they're gonna be able to tell that it's a cooking board or it's just some weird wood texture in the back. This thing looks great. Actually, I'd like to use that. Let's use that right away. So I'll copy this image, paste it in here, and we'll try to draw something similar to this, and we'll use it like this for the pause panel, and we use it vertically for the depth panel. So how do we go about drawing this thing? We'll just make a rounded square, apply a texture to it in the back, a wood texture. So quickly create a new folder. This is going to be a so that's going to be the pause menu, and we're going to create a rounded square in there. So under shape, it's the first one, I think. Oh no, it's the second one. So rounded rectangle tool. And I just drag it like that, and I know my thing is getting in the way, so I'll just move it. I'll just move this one there. So rounded rectangle tool. How do I give this a texture? Can I actually give this a texture? I think I can. Yes, I can. Nice. Do we have any texture I can use? I probably do have a wooden texture somewhere in really older folders. Let me quickly find that. In one of my many folders. Now, I recommend that you just go ahead and fetch one from Google or CG Texture or anywhere where you can find royalty-free stuff in case you suck at drawing. If you don't suck at drawing, then please just go ahead and make one, and also send it to me, please. I'd like to have that. I'm kidding. But you know, just try to find one if you have one. I probably do have something somewhere. Toonwood. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Great. So I'm going to go grab one that is royalty free off Google. There are some places where you can get texture, stock texture for free. It is websites such as, I think freestocktexture.com does it. There's other places such as gametexture.com that sells you a subscription, and they just have a ton of texture over there that you can use. But what am I going to be using? I think I'm thinking too much about this. There's probably a way to do it super easily. Alright, so I went on the web a little bit. I wasn't able to find any, I found a lot of free texture, but they weren't copyright free, so I don't want to get a strike for doing stuff. I will simply go full on custom with this, and we'll find out a way to make we'll find out a way to make this look somewhat decent. And yeah, okay. So you see this texture over here. I might as well just use that. Can I change the color of it? I can. Okay, good times. And you know what? We're just gonna use a brown color. Lighter brown. Maybe a brown like that. Maybe a brown like this. I don't know. Here we go. So that's our brown panel color. Now I've deleted the other image as a the other reference image I had, but it was pretty much having like a pattern on the side, and that's really what I like, the fact that it had some kind of pattern. So I'll just go ahead and try to reproduce this using a pen tool. So using the pen tool, I will go ahead and just start from, say, here. I don't remember what exactly was the pattern. I'll just go over there and then, oops, like this, create that kind of sliding. That's not going to work. Let's make it straight. And then it went inward a little bit, and then it came out here. And that's really all I'll be using. Now I just realized something though. I'm actually doing this on my rounded rectangle. I'm not allowed to do that. Let's go back and create a new layer. So create a new layer up here. I am going to do this, then that, and then cut it like this. I don't know, any kind of pattern you like. Doesn't really matter at this point. And here's my shape. So I'll be using that shape more and more. So I'm going to right click on it, fill the path. We are going to fill it with whatever color I had. So in this case, super ugly cyan. Going to duplicate this by hitting Control J on the keyboard. Right click, flip horizontal. I'm on free transform by the way, so I hit Control T first and then right click free transform. Or I mean flip horizontal, and I'm just going to move it like that. Copy both my layer, or I think I merge them first and then I copy them. I Control T again, so free transform, and then flip horizontal, so I have it just on this side, and I get this kind of pattern now. And I will simply merge them again together. Now change the color for something a little bit darker, something a little bit brown but darker, so like that, and then duplicate it once more, scale it inward. But before I do that, I'll change the color of it for the one I have on the outside, and then I'll scale it inward so it gives me this kind of result. Good times. So see, I don't need any stupid wood texture that is royalty free. I can just do that myself. Hey, but the background looks a little bit weird and it's not really good looking. So what can we do about that? I'm just going to create a layer on top of that and take a white-ish color. Take a pen, not a brush actually, I'll take a brush. make it a little bit bigger, and just draw pretty much anything like that. Good times. Take a smudge tool, make it a little bit bigger, and then just move that around a little bit because I have no clue what I'm doing, obviously. And there we go. Good times. Now I can remove whatever is outside of that. So like this, I'm just going to cut that. Going to cut that here too. Going to cut that up there. And quickly just remove these. Might as well use the eraser tool. There we go. This is such the work of an artist, you don't even know. I've been doing this for my whole life. And now what I'll do is reduce the opacity by quite a lot. So maybe something like 15. And it gives us a small, very slight pattern in it that you can't probably see, but it's there. And it's a little bit less dull. Good times. And having all of these done, I am simply going to make sure that we're able to tell that it's the pause button, so maybe give it some kind of other shade. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this, how to differentiate that from the def button. I mean def panel. Let's just say that this is the pause, and I'm going to duplicate that, change the name for def menu. And my def menu is obviously going to be around there, so free transform that. I'm going to rotate it this way, and we're gonna rescale it a little bit. Of course, like that. And how do we make this look like a deadly panel? We can add some scratches, some more scratches, or evil carrots, whatever really fits your needs. And what else could we be doing? Could be adding some scratch, like I said. Again, this is all up to you and your art direction. My art direction is not really great, as you could probably tell by now. But here they are. That's the scratches I was talking about. That means you've been slicing veggies for long enough time and you need to change your board. Try out a new game. There we go. Some are more deep than the others, so you know they get some deeper scratch. That's my reasoning behind this color. Whoops. Okay. Obviously I suck at this. Nice, let's move on to the next thing. We've got the retry button and the too many button, the resume button. Everything is going to be same, but one font. The font is going to be a little bit different, of course. So how should we go about doing this? I don't want to make another cooking board thing panel because it's just meh. We're already using it at 2 other places. So what could we be doing about this? We could be. I should have thought of that before making this video. I should have actually made a little plan of the art direction. But I never actually do that. Okay, let's just use this panel again. Sorry, I kinda suck. I know. Use this panel. Move it here. And here we go. That was the resume button. Now resume is going to be duplicated over here. I think that was the was it the lives button? I think it was a live, not the. That was a to menu button. Okay. To menu. And finally, that was the we've got the resume, we've got the to menu. What else do we have? To menu, resume, that's fine, we've got both. But then if we die, oh, the retry button. Resume, retry, and to menu. And in which order did they come? They came in... To menu was second, and then resume was last. Retry was first, to menu, and then resume. Okay. So which one is which? This is the last one. So this is the resume. To menu is the second one, and this would be the retry. Good times. Let's remove the background, save this. Save as, we're saving as whatever it is. I'm not actually going to put the font on it because I've changed idea in the course of action. I might put it directly using text in the game. And obviously this looks awful, so something is going to need to be done at one point really soon to fix it. Alright, before we actually go and try to fix stuff that really looks bad, we might as well want to check out our font, what font we're going to be using. But before that, let's actually check out our thing up here. So our lives, right now they're black, which is kind of annoying, but as you can tell they work just fine. Let's go back in the game and actually fix the fact that they are really dark looking. And we're going to be putting that, everything is going to be on this color now, so even the background, they're going to be on white. However, the alpha is going to be different. So I'm going to take all of them at the same time, just put them back on white. Same thing with the LP, so LP select all of them using control, and they are going to be white but full alpha. Now if we take a look at the game now, looks like this, and whenever we fail one of these carrots, it looks like that. We might want to be reducing the alpha even more on the background, and maybe just tilt it towards the darkest side, maybe like this, something like that. But whenever you do change something, always make sure you change it on all of them. Okay, and we get this kind of thing. Great. We hit retry. That was a retry, I think. Retry works fine. Now let's try the other buttons. This is a resume, I think, and this is a to menu, or it's inverse. So we don't have the resume working, and we don't have the to menu working. First, we don't have a menu in the first place, so we're gonna need to fix that really soon. And as far as the resume button goes, it's really simple, so I'll just quickly do it right now. So if we go under the pause menu, there is this thing over here called the resume button, and the resume button is really just, it's the exact same function as the one you got over here. So on the unclick, I will click on the plus sign, find my manager, and in the manager find game manager, and then pause game, and this is what we're looking for as far as the resume game goes. And okay, let's quickly create a menu. Even though we don't really need one for a game, let's quickly create one. So we have these buttons working, and we have at least some kind of base for a game flow if you want to make a full game around this. I'm going to hit Control N on the keyboard. It's going to create a new scene, then Control S to save it, and this is going to be the menu scene. Now there's multiple things that could go in a menu, but we don't really care about that, to be honest, because we want to try and polish our gameplay as much as possible. So I'll start by just changing this skybox to a null skybox, and we can make a button that goes in the game, as simple as that. So I'll right click, image, this is the to game button. Put it in the center, make it quite obvious, of course. Width is going to be 200, 300, I don't know, 150. Sprite, we can just give it any kind of panels. And we just type in play in there whenever we do have the correct text. Actually, let's do it right now. So play, center it, font size a little bit bigger. I'll make it scale on all axes so we don't have this problem we just had. And yeah, something like this. Now this button needs to call a function that is going to send you in the game scene. As simple as that. We don't really have this right now. We could have a menu manager somewhere. So I will right click. I will create a new game object, call this menu manager, put it on 0, 0, 0, and of course add a new component. This is the menu manager. And like I said, I don't really want to tackle the menu too much, so we're just going to make this super fast. Inside of my menu manager, there is going to be a function, a public void toGame function that is simply going to call Unity Engine. So using Unity Engine.scene management, and we're going to be calling scene manager dot load scene. We're loading the game scene like this. Nice. So under our button now, we can go to the toGame button, find our actual button. It's actually image, not a button. Alright, so we're gonna have to add the button component to it. And down here on the unclick event, click the plus sign, find your manager, drag and drop it inside of here, then find the menu manager and the toGame function. Click on play, press on play, nothing works. That's because it's not added to the build settings. We're going to go under File, Build Settings, Add Open Scene, which is going to add the menu scene. Now we're going to have to add the the game scene. So double click on menu scene to open it, or simply drag and drop game in here. Alright, once that is done, we should now be able to go from this scene to the game scene and start playing. Now the only problem, of course, is the fact that we can't go from this scene to the menu because we don't have a function for that in our game, which is not that big of a problem. We're going to be coding it inside of the game manager, so let's double click on that. Game manager is now open. It's getting a little bit messy in here, but I guess that's what we get for doing a stream out of making a game like this. We're going to make this public void to menu. And we do the exact same thing. So let's start by including Unity Engine dot scene management, sorry. And under scene management, we are going to do scene manager dot load scene. We're loading the menu scene this time. And it's really as simple as that. We can now go back to our game scene and just plug that in inside of our buttons, our multiple buttons that have that. The first one being the pause menu. The pause menu has the to menu button, which is the one here. We can go on the unclick event, press on plus, and then find our manager, game manager, and then finally to menu. Same thing goes for the def menu. Def menu has this window, the retry, and then the menu button, which is the one beneath it. We click on the plus sign, find our manager, goes in here, game manager, and finally to menu. Alright. Now in order to polish this game, the next thing I think we need, like ASAP, would be both a font and a background. God, we do need the background super fast. Now, background, I really don't know what we can put. I would be looking at images, copyright-free images right now, but I don't feel like it's really safe to do that, to be honest, because if you want to be putting ads in this game, I'm personally not going to be putting ads in this game because, of course, it's against my my standards of putting ads on the game that I really haven't thought of. So I'm not going to be putting ads in this, but in case you do, and I do respect that too, you are not allowed to be putting images that are not yours, basically. So if you want to put some kind of image of a blurred kitchen, you're going to have to take your own kitchen in picture. You know what? I think I'll actually do that. I'll take my kitchen in picture and blur it. And that would be my background for my game. That's actually a brilliant idea. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. Alright, I have returned from my mighty kitchen. Okay, so here's my two pictures of my kitchen. They are lying on my desktop. What I'll do for this is I'll make sure that the size of my background is something that is 16:9, which is actually my resolution in the game, if you can tell. Here, or something. Is it actually 16:9? It's actually 16:10. Alright, that also works. So maybe say the landscape has to be 800 by 480. Right, so I'm gonna go back in Photoshop and do 800 by 480, and just create a new thing. Don't delete anything, just create. And we're gonna go under this new thing and just paste in my kitchen, my really nice looking kitchen. Good times. I don't know which picture is the best one. Is it this one or the next one? Let me check. Anyway, here they are. I'll take the darker one. Now, this looks really bad in a game, and I'm going to explain you why. It's because we're mixing styles. We're using some really awful and drawing and actual realistic looking pictures, so this is not going to work. We're going to need to do a lot of modification on this picture for it to look somewhat okay. I'm going to right click on this, rasterize, and it's just letting you know it's probably never going to look good. But at least we're going to give it a try, and we'll have a background. You can hand draw your old kitchen if you want. That'd be great, actually. If you're able to do that, just go ahead and do this. And what I'll do is right now I'll just quickly save it as a PSD file again. This is going to be the background in caps, because why not? And then save the PNG really quickly as well. Save it here, background. And I'll quickly implement it, and then after that we'll go and modify the picture. So back in my scene, where could I be putting my background? Could I be putting it? I can be putting it in the background here as a. Should I do that here in the canvas? Maybe not. I'll be doing this as a sprite renderer. So simply go under artwork, find your background, and drag and drop it inside of your scene. I think this is going to work. No, it's not. Okay, so you're gonna have to convert this into a sprite 2D in UI, single, and then hit apply. And then you can go ahead and just drag and drop it somewhere in your scene. So this is the kind of result you get. It's pretty awful, right? It is, I know. Want to scale it down and just make sure it fits our needs. Something like this. And I don't know if this scales with the screen size, but here's our kitchen. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad looking, right? Let's go change it a little bit. We're gonna go in here, go under image, adjustment, maybe modify the saturation a bit. I don't know what I'm doing, to be honest. Make it darker. We don't want this to be in focus too much, and also make sure that it's more colorful, so more saturation. Oh, the only thing that moves really in this picture are the bananas in the background. I'm gonna make everyone believe that I have red bananas in my house. Great, let's leave it like that. It's pretty awful modification, of course. I don't know what to do. I'm being really, really bad at the moment. Filter, well, the only thing I know that we need for sure is a blur on this. So filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and I'm just going to blur it that much, so it, you know, you can tell it's a kitchen. It's not visible what's going on in there. I like that. However, we do need to put some better colors on that. I don't know, does that feel like a background? It probably doesn't feel like a background at all. You know what, let's just save this and just call it a day. I bet you guys already have better ideas of what to do, and you already gave up on taking pictures of your kitchen. So mine is going to be pretty bad. Here it is. Good times. Hopefully I'll find something else by then. We can also reduce the color of this inside of Unity by changing the color up there in the sprite. I'll make it a little bit more dark, so I can actually see my carrots, my really nice looking carrots, easier. Isn't this a great game? Okay, next step. Fonts. We're gonna add fonts and text on our buttons. Now, you could be making your own fonts, of course, or you could be getting them from the internet, royalty-free fonts, from a website I use quite often that I'm going to show you in a moment. So there is this website that gives out royalty-free fonts, free commercial use font, and here they are. They're pretty much really, they're cool. You can just use them. So in here you can type in the example text you want. In our case, just type in something like defeat, because that's the kind of text we want over there, and then we can look for a font that would match our game. So we're making some kind of weird, messy font, messy game. You know, looking for something like that, Ninja Naruto, but nope, not this. What else? Obviously not something too squarish, because our game is kind of silly. This could almost do it up here. Do comics, yeah, that would work. Oh, this is great. Just some weird font like that would work. Alright, let's use this one. So this one says it's free for commercial use. Let's just make sure it is and read about it. You're not allowed to modify, and you're not allowed to redistribution. So basically, I could not be taking this font, putting it in a package, and then telling you guys to use it. Or I think it's fine if I do that, but I'm not allowed to put it in a package and then sell it to you guys, which only makes sense. But I'm allowed to use it for personal and commercial use. Very well, let's actually download that. We're gonna click on the big download button. We have this zip, and I will go fetch it in my folder, my download folder. So it is somewhere on my desktop now. Here it is. And usually what happens with these, it's a RAR file that you just unzip. So I'm going to unzip, hit here, and it comes out like this. So you have the TTF file, which is what we need, and plus you have some text file with more information on it. But let's just take the TTF file, copy it inside of Unity. In fact, we're just simply going to drag and drop it inside of the engine like this. So we drag this inside of our artwork folder or somewhere in there. Alright, once this is done, I'm going to right click on my artwork, create a new folder called font, and just put it in here. And now when that is done, we're pretty much allowed to change our font from inside the text component. So let me just click on defeat. Where is that defeat? Over here. Where it says font, we've got Arial right now. We don't want that anymore. That's for beginners. We are more advanced now, so we're gonna use this font. Alright, let's move it somewhere nice. Maybe make it a little bit bigger, font size, of course. Let me just scale this up a bit. And there we go, something like that. Defeat. We could also play with the color if you wish, so maybe a little bit less red. And I think there's also some kind of way to give it some kind of shadow, but I'm not sure. I'm not too great with fonts. However, I will find that out soon and make a video about it, because I'm getting tired of having some fonts that are just plain looking like that. They don't look too good. And I'll eventually find something to show you guys. But right now this will do the job. Okay, so we have our first font implemented. Let's implement it in the retry button. Why not? We're gonna right click on retry, add a text to it, stretch on both axes, make it fit the whole button, and put it on best fit. Why not? Center, everything is center, retry. We change the font for the thing we had. We can leave it on black, or we can put it on, say, white-ish. No, black was better, I think. Yeah, that is going to do it. What else? Same thing, we're going to copy that text, move it over to the menu. Put all the values back on this. Reduce the font size a little bit, because this one doesn't have to be that obvious. And this is the menu. Something of the sort. Now, as far as the window goes, we can actually bump up the alpha if you wish. I think we should leave it like that, bump up the alpha, but eventually we're going to find something to replace those background buttons, because they really do look awful. So that would do the job. And defeat can now be another color, such as a bright white. Oh yeah, that actually makes a lot more sense. Great! I'm glad we're making improvement to whatever our art direction is. Next up, we have the pause menu. Inside of the pause menu, there's quite a lot of things to be done actually. The to menu button needs to be a little bit more towards this side. And again, we need to change these. I'm being a little bit jumping from one side to the other, but let's change these right away actually. What could we do about that? I'm going to do something really simple, and that is most likely going to look good. And you guys won't believe it. Check this out. I'm going to make a rectangle, a white rectangle in a new layer. If I can find the proper color, there it is. And you know what, let's actually make it scale the whole thing, so maybe like this, and then I'll duplicate it, collapse it inward, so you see how I scale it up. I'm actually going to scale it down. That's the second layer. Scale it down a bit, just like this. Oops. So here it is. It's the same layer, just a little bit smaller. Now I'm going to select that layer by pressing W, taking my wand tool over here, and now select my layer. As you can tell, the selection is a little bit smaller. And I'm going to choose my other layer, delete on both. So I'm going to be just having this contour. Now with this contour, I'm going to delete one of these layers. I don't need both. Maybe scale it up inward, scale it inward like this. And yeah, that's it. That would be good. That makes sense to me. And that's actually going to cut it for me. And you know what? Since I'm only using one type of button, I don't actually need this anymore. Oops. I don't actually need these two anymore. I'm going to leave them open for some more free space later on. Alright, let's give this a try, see how bad this looks. Oh, and wait, before we do this, let's also modify something that annoyed me in the pause menu and also in the depth menu. This thing should have some kind of gap in there, so I'll just create it super quickly. I don't know, it just feels a little bit better to me. And why is that deleting the whole thing? Oh, that's annoying. I gotta rasterize this layer first. There we go. Doesn't have to be that straight. And nice. Nice. Head over to the depth menu. We're gonna do the exact same thing. Rasterize this, select both the white and the background layer. Quickly cut this apart. Yep. And finally this here. Cool, remove the background, press on Control Save. We're gonna save this as a PNG, overwrite actually what we had prior. And this is the kind of result we get now. It's going to be a little bit weirder than it was before, but we're unable to see right now because I modified the wrong button. Let's look it up in the def menu. Looks something like that. It's a simple thing, simple square, rectangle around the button. And it might be a little bit too big again, might need some more definition, but I really think that having 2 times the same layer, well, having this cooking board for all of the buttons didn't really work. So let me just scale this down, maybe make a hole in the center, who knows, just give it some kind of happy shape thingy. Give it your own style. Right. Save this, overwrite. And we shall then move on to something more productive with our lives. There we go. Good times. Alright, so we also need to modify the other buttons. We pretty much just change the way our atlas was made. So under retry button, this one works. Under the menu buttons, we're gonna go ahead and just find the proper image, which is the UI Atlas 4 in this case. And here we go. Same thing goes for the pause menu, which is over here. The pause menu window is not the window, but this background thing. The alpha needs to be up by, say, 200. And then the to menu button gotta be changing to Atlas 5 to Atlas 4. Okay. Right, now these things, they need text in it. I'm simply going to take the text inside of the def menu, duplicate them inside of the to menu. And this would be the retry text. I don't need this one, but I'll just move it in the center. Type in menu, copy it over to the resume button. This is, of course, resume. Then replace it. Alright, now in terms of moving this around, we're going to be changing the position of those. So over here looks great for the first one. And over there looks great for the second one. Let's just make sure they're on the same Y. So 38 will do the job. And then as for the X, I don't really care. Good times. Right, okay. And let's also put a text on top of that because there's enough space to do that. Make this one stretch on the horizontal, but not on the vertical. I don't need to stretch on the vertical. And the height is, say, going to be a maybe 80 or maybe 75 or even 60, but then the position Y is going to be a little bit down. And then we can center it again and just type in pause with our new font, make it bigger and turn it white, basically. Good times. Let's actually press play, have a feel of that in the game. So we slice some carrots, we're having just a really good time. We're missing on the one, pause the game, pause, resume. Menu goes back to the game, so I'm not supposed to click on it. Go back in the game, and let's actually try dying really quickly. And there we go, defeat. We could hit retry, start over again, or we could go back to the menu. Talking about menu, there is obviously something wrong in there. Well, the fact that the menu is boring and we don't really want to do it, of course. But there's no button anymore. And that is perfectly normal. What we're going to do here is we are going to take that to game button, put the UI Atlas 4, text is going to be our own text, so our own font actually. Make it bigger, this is a play button. Now in terms of the background of this, we can simply be copying our kitchen, who knows. I'll make an image. Actually, you know what, let's not take the kitchen, let's just go back in our game scene. Take the, where is it at? The background. Copy this object. Copy the game object of it. So Control C on the keyboard, then add over to the menu scene, Control V. Now there's obviously something different in between this scene and the other one, And it's the fact that the camera over here is on perspective when it should be on orthographic. So let's change that, and we're also going to change the size for 1. Now we have the exact same result on both sides. Of course, the text inside of this could be white so we can actually see it properly. And if you feel like it, you can be making this scene a little bit more active by adding a splash screen. And I won't do that. I'll just type in some text. I won't make it too complicated, you know. I just type in some simple text. And what exactly could we say in here? Veggie Ninja Yo. No, just Veggie Ninja. Yeah. Make it bigger. Use the other font. It's white now. Good time. We press on play. It looks like this. It's a little bit better than it used to be. Let's maximize on play so we can live the full experience. You know what? That's still very small. Okay. Press and play. We get a game. We slice those veggies. Good times. We also forgot to change the font up here, so let's go ahead and do that in a moment after I'm done with my game. Alright, that's boring enough. Good. Let's head over to our game scene. We are going to change the score. Score is going to be the exact same thing as it was, but however the text is going to be on this now. And the font actually looks very good on numbers. That is great, actually. Nice. So we'll be using that. Now as for the best one, it's also the same exact thing. And it looks something like that in the game. Let's change the font. And maybe move the text a bit now that we have the better font. So it can go like here instead. Alright, so we've done pretty much a lot of things now. And I've decided that instead of making some more veggies with the time left we have, I'm actually going to be putting sounds in the game as fast as possible. So basically, I'll be using a website called audiomicro, and this place gives me free royalty-free sounds, basically for free because I'm under the Lionheart MCN. Now, Lionheart is something you might have noticed on my channel at a few places, especially my banner, because I haven't created myself a banner in a year, and it's been there since the start basically because I'm part of Lionheart. It's actually my network. And it pretty much works as any other YouTube network, so you just sign in under there, and we monetize your video for you. What do I need to say? Okay, so if you want to grab some free sounds of audiomicro, and I'll just show you while I'll actually do it while I'm talking. If you want to grab some free sounds out of that, all you need to do is actually be signed up under your Google account while being under the Lionheart MCN or any other sub-network that you see on this list over here. And you don't have to have any YouTube videos for this. You can actually just sign up your Google account, and that is actually going to work. Plus, being signed up under the Lionheart is a no lock-in contract, so you can leave at any time. You just need to give a 30-day notice. Now, of course, if you don't make any YouTube videos, there's no reason to leave. There's no data compromise. We don't take over your channel. We don't own any of your things. This is all explained in the contract. But it's a no lock-in contract, so even though we did something like that, wait, no, I can't say that because that doesn't make any sense. Basically, if you want to go through the whole contract, there's really nothing to be afraid of. Plus, it's under the Freedom Network. It's a sub-network under the Freedom Network. And we have access to all of these sounds. Now, I'm signed in under my account, and I'm simply going to go under, say, there's so many of those, I never know which one to pick. Let's start with sound effects. Just a sound that happens when we slice something. Where could we find that? We could find object sounds. That might do it. Okay, I'm actually going to swap my sound so you can actually hear it. Desktop audio. And hopefully this is not too loud. I really hope it's not too loud. Let me quickly do that. Playback device, shoot that in my ears, good times. Okay, that was pretty loud. I'm sorry about that. It's a little bit better. It's obviously not a slicing sound, so let me just find something that makes sense. Ugh. Is there a search button here? Oh, search. Let's do slice. Okay, I'm looking at toaster sound. That doesn't work. Those are all pretty loud in my ears. I hope it's not that bad in yours. So bullet, slice water, cut slice of bread. Oh. That looks pretty fancy, but that's not what we need. Cut slice carrot, that's exactly what we need. Kind of. That's better, the paper cut slice actually. Okay, we're going a little bit too far. We're just gonna go with the paper cut slice. So all I gotta be doing really is this is good. Okay, I hit the download button and then it asks me, are you sure? And I say, yeah. Please let me download that sliced chicken tier. And it should work. It's actually loading. And we download it again. So where is it at? It's over here. Download original. Alright, and it's gonna be in my download folder. Now I'll simply just go over there in my download folder and I will drag and drop my sound inside of my artwork folder. So I'll create a new folder called sound and I'll just put it in here. Right, so what else do we need? We have a sound every time we slice a carrot. Let's actually have a background music rolling so I can just show you everything that this has to offer. We can do a loop. Oh, animation in video games, isn't that great? Let's look at what we have over here. Let's go with the highest rated, why not? I'm pretty sure they're all on loop too. I can't be like 100% sure, but they might be on loop. Okay, this is obviously too intense. Yeah, I've already used this one for a game I've made before, so I'll just use it again because it's a really good song and I've already got it downloaded. So I'm gonna hit Control, download the original, and that's a loop music, so I can just put it on loop and it just goes on again and again and again. And it sounds pretty chill, it sounds pretty relaxed. I guess that's perfect for cutting carrots in the middle of nowhere, in the bus, why not? And what else do we need? We need a button click sound, and I do have one downloaded somewhere on my account somewhere. I've got a lot of those. I can actually use those for my videos as well, even though I monetize my videos with ads in front of it. It's all royalty free for real, so I can actually use that. Clean alert button. Clean select button. No, that's not it. Okay, their website is obviously broken, but I'm just going to download this clean alert button. Great, so we've got all our new sounds inside of here. I am simply going to put them all inside of my game. So we only have 3 sounds, like nothing really complicated, right? Put the clean alert button here, put the star bound, which is my loop music. Now I totally forgot how to do this, but we'll find out in hopefully less than 15 minutes how to plug everything. what I'll be doing is I will create an object that persists through scenes. So I don't know if I talked to you guys about the concept of having a preloader before, but I will quickly do it in front of you. Basically, I will create a new scene in Unity that I will call preloader. Now, this preloader is going to be the first thing that the game actually loads. So let's go under File, Build Settings, drag and drop preloader in here. Let's make sure it's the first one, so it's at the very top. Over there. So preloader is on index 0, and then menu, and then game. In my preloader, I don't need any objects, so I'm just going to throw everything away. I don't even need to know what's going on in here. However, I will have an empty game object that I'll call sound manager, something like that. And inside of that sound manager, I will create a script that is called sound manager. Good times. Right, and under sound manager, let me quickly create an instance of this. So we'll create a public static sound manager instance set get, and we'll do a private void awake instance is equal to this. Instance is equal to this. Right. Now, how exactly do we go about playing a sound inside of Unity? I haven't done it in a while, so what we'll do is actually keep an audio clip. So public audio clip array all sounds, and I'm simply going to just leave it like that. So we're gonna have an array that contains all the sounds in our game. We have a total of 3 sounds, the first one being a alert button, the second one being the slicing, and the third one being the loop music. I think we also need an audio source, I am not sure. But just say that we're trying to play a sound. I think we can do a public void play sound int sound index. Let me just quickly check. So can I do audio clip dot play? No, I can't. Audio source dot play clip at point. I could do that. I could actually do that. Or maybe I can even use the audio clip itself. So all sounds at the index say 2, that would be my loop music. Dot nope, I can't do that. Okay, let's actually get an audio source. Hopefully this works. So public audio source is equal to not equal public audio source as simple as that. And in the awake, something I haven't done, but in the awake I'm going to do a don't destroy unload game object with a small j or g. Sorry, I keep inversing those two. They're different in my language. And yeah, okay, don't destroy unload game object, that's fine. When we try to play a sound, we're going to do source dot play, and then I think we can actually shoot it a clip to play. I'm not sure. It's taking only a delay. That's kind of annoying. Alright, let me go look at reference of how I've done it in the past. There's probably something that can enlighten me. Well, let's actually look at the first live stream we did. It was under main menu, I think. I'm not sure. Nope. Game manager, maybe? Oh, get component audio source dot play. That's all I did. So I was getting the audio source and I said dot play in my start, and that would work for some reason. Alright, well, sure, let's do that. So I'm going to have an audio source on that. Audio source. And this one needs a clip. Okay, I get it now. So this one needs a clip. Let's put the loop music for that clip. And put it on loop. Of course, this is going to be needed. And I don't think we need to have these clips anymore, so let me just put the size on 2. We're gonna remove the last one. So you see over here we have an array of sounds, and those are my actual sound effects. They're not the loop music. The loop music is inside of the audio source. That's great. And the source, let's quickly drag and drop it in here so we have a reference to that. If I press play on this, there is no audio listener. That's fine, we don't need any because we're still in the preloader. Now there's always a audio listener attached to a camera, and there's only a camera when we're in the other scene. So let's just make sure that we swap over to another scene. We're gonna do using Unity Engine.scene management, and inside of not the awake, I think that's too early. You know what, let's change that for a start. Inside of the start, we're gonna do scene manager.load scene, and we are going to load the menu scene. Good times. Let's press play, and there is errors that we need to fix. What are those? Looks like a simple syntax error, and oh yeah, obviously. Going to comment this out really quickly, and we can now close this off. Press play, and it's not playing on the right one, but at least, you know, it's working. However, it's not playing on the right speakers, so that's kind of annoying. Why does it do that? Anyway, we know it's there, and I hope you guys could hear it. Hopefully not too loud. I'm really sorry about this kind of messed up thing that I'm doing today. You know what? I'm actually going to reset Unity so it actually works fine. Yeah. So, we've pretty much got this working. What is the next thing we need to do now? We need to make the sound works. And how exactly do we make the sound works? I'm going to look back inside of my old project. Whenever we were clicking on something, we're also playing a sound. So I'm going to go look at my stack thing. This one add an audio clip array, just like we do, so that works fine. We do an audio source, play clip at point, we send in that clip, and then we send in the position of the camera. Okay, that's going to work. I don't know if it's sufficient, but it is definitely going to work. As you can tell, we now have music. Whenever we change scene, we still have that music because it is being on an object that does not get destroyed on load. So that's fairly good. That's the first step. We've got this working fine. And let's keep writing our function that we've made, that we've almost made, because it's actually going to work. So we are going to use the play sound and sound index. We're gonna say audio source, the class, the type of the class, play clip at point, and we're playing clip. We're playing all sounds at the index sound index, and we're playing it at camera.main.position. And I have a feeling that it is really going to be as simple as that. So let's check out what we have. Preloader, menu, game, whatever. Whenever we click on a button, so say this play button, we are also going to call soundManager.instance play clip at sound, or play sound at clip. I don't know, whatever the function was. Let's find out our function for this to play button. So menu manager.toGame. Let's open up the menu manager. Whenever we do toGame, just prior to that, we'll do a soundManager.instance play sound, and we're playing at the index. Which one is it? We're actually trying to find the click sound, not the sliced chicken sound. So it's the one at index 0. You could have an enum for that to make it a little bit simpler, but no time for that. We're playing the sound at the index 0. Do we need to test this out? Yeah, let's actually test this out before we go any further. And I didn't hear anything. That kind of sucks. Maybe this one is too loud, so I'm just going to reduce the volume to say 0.5. maybe nothing did happen. Or even better, I think it's because I changed scene. Let me try to do a little trick here. I'm going to remove it from here, go back inside of my game manager, and actually put it inside of the new game like this. See if we hear it when a game starts. That would be a good trick to do. And it does work. Okay, good times. So basically what's happening here is that the sound is being played on the camera in the previous scene, but when we change scene, it's actually being destroyed. So the best way to actually do this would be to play it on a object that has an audio listener that is not being destroyed ever. So our sound manager itself could be a audio listener. I mean, we've got it working. I just find it's not really pretty, and it's not, it's not really efficient. So this guy now has an audio listener. What I'll be doing is I'll go in my menu scene, find my main camera, and just turn off my audio listener on that main camera. Same thing goes for the game scene. Find the main camera and turn it off. Now if we actually launch this, we should not have any problems anymore. We heard it, but it was really subtle, and that's because we play it at the location of the camera. Now let's totally forget about this. This is going to be transformed at position instead. Press play once more, and we hear it fine now. And this way, if I am not mistaken, we can actually put it back where it makes sense. So inside of that to game function and not inside of that game manager. However, it is going to be played on a new game as well. Let's try this out. Oh, and it doesn't work. Okay, so I am being mistaken. Well then, it's a little bit cleaner. It's still not working through scenes, so what are we supposed to do with that? Let's just keep putting it at other places while I think about a good solution. It's pretty much being played when we start a new game, because new game is also a button call. It should also be played when we enter the menu from some other places. Okay. This is really complicated for no reason. Well, you know what? We're just gonna be putting it on, I think that's really the only buttons we have that can make sounds, is it? So we have here. Oh, we could be putting it on the pause. And then if we hit resume as well, so pause and resume would do the same thing. And it doesn't seem to work again. We can only play the sound once, it seems like. Why is that? Let's actually try playing it more than one time, and the way I'm going to check this out is by putting it in the pause game. So in the pause game, sound manager instance of play sound at the index 0. And it does work here. Plus it creates those clips called the one-shot audio thing, and they don't seem to well, they do disappear when the time is not when the time is running. They do disappear. Okay, so far so good. Just get the problem that it's not doesn't seem to be played again when we hit play here. Only on the first time. That's a bit weird. However, I'll have to deal without this because I want to get through, and I don't want this video to last like 6 hours. That would be the best case scenario. So let's quickly put a sound in the slicing of the veggies. So over here in the public void slice, sound manager, play sound, sound 1. And let's start slicing those veggies. Good times. Now, if you had a decent audio designer, this could look a little bit better. And something that you're gonna notice if you watch a lot of behind the scenes of making video games is if you're trying to have a sound of you slicing a carrot, because in your game you're slicing a carrot, it might not actually match. It might not make it look good, might not, might not be fun at all. Most of the time when we make games, we use some random stuff to make sounds. I don't know if you guys watch them behind the scenes, but Overwatch recently has been launched. That's the FPS from Blizzard. If you're trying to get the sound of somebody getting shot by a weapon, they're not actually using somebody and a weapon. They're not shooting someone and recording that. In order to actually get the sound it makes, to get that nice feedback you have when you're playing the game, they actually just open up a bottle of beer. They just canned a bottle of beer, and it did the perfect sound for that. So you're gonna find weird sounds at weird places that are going to fit your game perfectly. So don't just do like I did and don't Google for slicing carrot thing, because it doesn't sound good in a game. But oh well, that's what we have to deal with, because that's all I could find. And like I said, don't want this to be taking like 6 hours of our time. And quickly, before I like to finish this, I'm going to give those carrots some kind of rotation, because they're pretty dull right now. They're just flying carrots. However, if they did rotate just a little bit, I think they would be a little bit more entertaining as well. So they would be rotating on this axis, that is the Z axis. Just make them rotate while they're just flying. Good times. So under vegetables up here, I will go in the just below where we do the transformed position. I'll do transform.rotate, and I'll rotate around new vector 3, and let's rotate by 0, 0 rotation speed, which is a value we don't have just yet, times time.delta time, really important, so whenever we pause the game they do stop rotating. And now as far as the rotation speed goes, I'll go up here and do a private float rotation speed, and inside of my launch Veggie I'll random this out. So rotation speed is equal to random.range. Now I don't know what kind of number would be great for this, so let's go ahead and just try maybe 30 and 180 degrees every second. Alright, let's try this out, see what it gives us in the game. Let's hit play, and they rotate a little bit more. Good times. Isn't that wonderful? That's literally the best game you've made in 4 hours. Nice. I'm going to give this a negative thing as well, so maybe minus 180 to 180, so it can go on the other side as well. Nice. Okay, so guys, I'm actually going to end up here. We have a really nice base on a lot of things. If you want to work more in this game, of course you can. I've got some weird comments on the last few streams that said, can I use this game and put ads on it and like blah blah blah, asking me for rights. Of course you can do all of that. If you follow this live stream, you pretty much made the game yourself, and everything is allowed to you. You're just free to do whatever you want. I don't care. Nice. Actually, I do care a little bit. If you want to send me some videos, I really like that. I'd like to feature them at one point on the channel as well, if that is something you guys want. Just show what you guys are making. It's getting great, and every time the channel is growing, every day, I mean, it's just having a really good time right now. So guys, I thank you a lot for watching. I know I can get a little bit annoying sometime, but that's what the live streams are for. They let me say whatever I want, and yeah, that's my little how do you say that, freedom zone, I guess. And that's really where I can be myself and enjoy making games. So yeah, if you guys have any comment, question, just leave them in the comment section below. If you wanna subscribe, please do so as well. If you want to join the MCN, I would really appreciate that. It's actually a really good way to support me, especially if you're making videos. If you're not making videos, it's really useless for me. But then, you can just tag along and just be part of the group, be part of the Lion-Hearted MCN. And like I said, it's not going to take over your channel. It's not going to do anything bad. It just reads your statistics on YouTube. And if you want to monetize your videos, it's there. Alright. Other than that, please leave a comment, tell me how it went, and I will see you guys in the next one. Cheers.